fire burn, a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn, a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. From a place of hardship to a place of ease, comes a place of flourish. In return, it's for a reason. That I couldn't say yet. Yeah, I don't find time to debate if I deserve growth, or if maybe I should preserve coping by hating you, adoring you. And say what you want, but I'm not okay with my brain anymore. I'm not okay with the way that I cope. Hardship, misfortunes, or maybe before. Maybe before. Maybe before. Maybe before. Find the time to start again. Reason to admire my trials. I need to find myself in quiet before I can.
Welcome back to the World Esports Championship 2023 Africa Regional Qualifier. Yesterday we started with a PUBG mobile game, and we saw 11 teams fighting at each other in the 6 games. Those teams are Djibouti, Egypt, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Martinios, Morocco, Namibia, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa and Algeria. From the last day matchups, we saw top 3 teams that will be advancing in the top 3. These are Morocco, Egypt and Ghana. But we know today is 6 more matches to play, and the scoreline might change a little bit. But as I can hear, the first game should be ready. So let's get into our casters, and they will guide you through the first game of today.
Hello, welcome everyone. We're back right here. Volt and Cloud are here with you to provide you the game, hopefully the entertainment. And we've seen such a wild day one. Of course, the favorite Morocco are still reigning on top, but Ghana at the end of the day managed to actually sneak themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, so far so good for Ghana. They stole away the top 3 spot from Algeria, which held for like maybe 3 or 4 games, and Ghana took it away from them. But on top of that, of course, we got a couple of teams that are rather consistent. Namely, Morocco is consistent, Egypt as well, fairly consistent, currently at number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, exactly. These two teams, they've been the rather like big players in everything that's going on. They're not shying away from fights. Their rotations are good. Their styles are fairly similar because the two teams are actually one of these late to enter because they're confident in their aggression, taking over compounds. Their trades are good. And we've seen that from a couple of the teams that actually had a very good matchup at the very end. Ivory Coast managing to get a top 2 placement. And if you look outside of Morocco and Egypt, the field is still filled with teams that can provide, that can play 6 more matches. And if Morocco can pull out 84, maybe some of these teams like Algeria, who has been underperforming, South Africa, Ivory, Mauritius, Senegal, even Namibia and Djibouti can cause a little bit of an upset and change everything that's been going on. So I'm excited for that much. But how do you feel about these teams that aren't in the top 3?
Well, I think these teams at the top 3, yes, so far they look like they are solid up there, especially for Morocco and Egypt. But because we got 6 more games to go, so I would expect a surprise by the end of the day. I think some of the teams will be solid, and another team would surprise us up there at the top 3.
I mean, I'm excited to see what's going to happen because Algeria played the map super well in the entirety of day one, but they only had a single good ending, and that wasn't even a win. It was a top 2 against Egypt who managed to snatch it in a good feat 2v2 for them. But the thing is, I don't know if Algeria will have the mental capacity to get the comeback going because they surely have the calls, they surely have the names to pull something out, but as far as on the server, they're not delivering just yet. And everybody else already, of course, our first map, just like yesterday, will be the Erangel. And as you can see, it's a very standard flight pass. So everything should be pretty basic for everybody involved.
Yeah, flight just like yesterday, we got a good number of flight paths that's on the side, and this time it's on the side as well. It's just on the right side. Gonna start in from Milta Power up onto shooting range, and for teams like who like to drop inside the Primos, Ferry Pier, Hospital, basically. Josmos on the right will need to travel a fair bit. And if you remember yesterday in game number 1, well, there were no team that actually dropped inside our military base, and the circle happened inside our military base. This time around, since we already got a military base, we also got quite a centered circle. So if we can get a northern circle, that'd be great.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of different circles. We've seen a military base one, and we've even seen one that ended up towards the east. So maybe a northern one will be very interesting. One towards an area like shooting range or hospital can actually bring a very good spice to the game. But as for now, everybody has chosen their spice. Everybody has chosen their landing location. And there does not seem to be that many altercations early. Everybody playing rather safe. And as you can see, a lot of points to play for. 6 more games in the day. This is the first of them. And everybody is just playing safe. They know that there is no need to take early aggression. Ivory Coast is finding good damage. Singo maybe electing to take that early fight. The Gambit could be good, but the problem is the rest of the team are there to find the trades if available.
And looks like we're gonna see side circle this time. So center around the Gatkar Mountains, one of my favorite plays to watch if the circle does go there at the end, because it's really challenging. You need to climb up the mountain, and even if a team that's up on the mountain first, like it doesn't guarantee them the chicken dinner. So it's a pretty balanced terrain, I must say, balanced high ground terrain. What I mean, and so far we only see that one team is going towards that area. The areas of Jogopo, putting back focus onto Ivory Coast around the outskirts. And here we have Single still alone. Hopefully his teammates come to back him up.
Yeah, I mean, Single's not in a good position, but the good thing is, at least they're expanding a ton of their utility, but the problem is that, as you can see now, Roidus are moving in. Senegal are also fighting. Fights everywhere. We've seen Gold clear these before. They're getting pretty close, but Gold will be down. Not looking good for the team. And well, with that, that's going to be 2 down from the Ivory Coast. They need to fight as well. Vortex, not in the best position, but will be able to adjust. Singo started off in a pretty bad position and will end in 1. It looks like Ivory Coast are all but over. It was down to Joker, and that will be it. Moroidus will get the first team out of the lobby. Already a lot of elimination happening inside of stage 1.
Oh, I recall them. They were at number 6, and with a good round, they can actually get that number 3 spot at least, or maybe get close to it. But unfortunately, with this early elimination, without the same elimination point, then it's a tough round for them. They need to catch up. They need to do a lot of catch up in the following round. Like they need to do really well with the chicken, and also probably a huge number of eliminations together with it.
Exactly. I mean, that's a good squad knock already. So I'll be pretty happy for Moroidus if I'm the team like Ghana that has been doing pretty well. The circle is good for most teams. I'd say it's only the teams that decided to go from L to power and towards the farm. But even the farm teams aren't in that bad of a spot. There's a lot of space down south to play for. And everybody's just playing it super slow. Seeing Ghana absolutely decimate some teams in these positions. But the intriguing part is we've seen teams fight early. Will they continue to do so? There has been some good clears from the teams, but as you can see, the Ghanaian players are not in the best situations for health. They need to find these first aids. They need to stock back up, and that's going to be a big point of contention for them because as you can see on the map, most of the teams are back onto the vehicles, and a lot of the teams are moving towards the southern part. Southern part that might as well be contested because you can see that Egypt has taken control of school, and the rotation from the north will be pretty good for South Africa, who, as again, feels like always South Africa is that team just in the background getting themselves the comfortable top 5.
But the team that's not really comfortable are the 2 teams inside of Yasnaya Poliana. So this yesterday as well. We did see 2 teams inside of there. And at some point, team will be eliminated inside of Yasnaya. So I don't know if that will happen this time. Yes. So we have Visual now, Namibia going up against Senegal. So it's going to be round 2 between these 2 in the Yasnaya battle.
It might be a big battle. As you can see, the Namibia players are moving towards the western side. They know that they are coming there. They are out of resources, and they are already scouted by Solitude in a good position. But will Namibia be able to capitalize? Already some good damage. And as we said, the lack of healing might come back to bite them. That could be the big problem as Namibia are starting to get ready. Ghana might be in trouble if Namibia pulls the trigger, but it doesn't look to be so far.
So far, they are getting away. I think it's because they don't have position. Because it's urban warfare, right? So it's very hard to get like a good angle, or it's very hard to get like a good vision onto where exactly your opponents are at. And now you see that Yastaya is divided into 2. So I guess some time for these teams to really get information to each other. But Red Zone seems to be interested for the chase. His teammates are quite far away. So I'm not sure about the comms Red Zone. If he does want to go, he got to go together with his team.
Yeah, and again, we've seen people being caught solo, and that looks to be the case. Red Zone is out, and that is a problem for Namibia. They're trying to get a recovery. Itachi will get a knockback. But Red Zone, they might not be out of the woods just yet. Yuji trying to find an angle. The smoke from Itachi will be good for the time being, trying to aid Red Zone. But the problem is you can see the push coming in. Ghana knows and they have the advantage. They're trying to finalize these kills. The Molotov will not be good enough as the push is continuing. Dashi has to be aware. Dashi's being sprayed through the window. That was rather dangerous. Now they have to retrieve, but they are on their tail.
Boy comes in with the DPS from the side, gets another knockdown. So it looks like their opponents from Namibia falling apart now. Senegal managed to get 3 points, only 1 left, and that's going to be Solitude. He's in the building that was at yesterday. So now Solitude is all alone, and they're looking for him. They want that drop point.
Yeah, and like clearing the squad, making sure that there's no flank behind you is a very big factor. But will they be able to clear it? That's the big question. Because for now, they have to play it safe. You can see Vortex taking all the way around. Will find Solitude all alone. Just a spray down that needs to connect, and that will not be. Vortex now has to reload. The vehicle is the sole layer of cover that they have, but that will alert Ghana to the position of the players that are moving in. And that will mean that the movement will ensue for the rest of the team that has nothing to do but just walk back away, take their time and take their space. And surely the space that they've taken are good, but you can see a lot of these teams are actually moving towards the western end. That might be a little bit of contention there. Egypt are closing in, and so are Morocco. Not looking so good for the teams that are walking into the rotations right now. Djibouti might be in for a bit of safety because nobody's holding the door. Nobody's gatekeeping the circle. But if you press any further, it might be a big issue.
Ooh, so at least they're by the edge of the circle, so they're okay. Don't need to worry about the blue. It's been pretty much there. But the circle did shift. So I wonder, where did the circle go? Did it go to the high grounds of Gaka? That'll be really interesting now. You can see there are a couple of teams still spending time in the blue. Of course, it's still the second phase of circle. It's still doable if they have enough healing utilities.
Exactly, and I believe the big winners again are Morocco. They've put themselves in a very good position. And you can see Algeria trying to contest for that. The calls from experience of a player like Raouf will be a big deciding factor, but again, no amount of good calls can save you from not landing your shots. That is something that they have to pull out this time. 9 teams are left in today's matchup. Will they be able to provide? Will they be able to recover? That's the big question. The stage 2 ring will finally enclose in a matter of a few seconds, and now things are starting to get pretty hard for these teams. A lot of these teams that came from the east might collide together when they're rotating, and the scouting has to be immaculate to make sure that you make it out safely.
All right, so right now we can see there are a couple of you traveling to get into the circle, and there are some teams that already got their spot, so they'll be okay. But blue is already starting to close in, and some teams will be pressured. So we can see some of the teams don't really have much healing utilities. Well, we got Ghana currently in the running to be in the top 3, still making their win. But the good news is that at least they're unchallenged.
Exactly, like not that much that is going against them. And if I'm not mistaken, that's only 3 members who are South Africa and a surfer. Like, did they lose their 4th early on? Because I'm only seeing 3 yellow portraits. But if you look at the circle, there is some naval ground to cover. That will mean that at least a team like Moroidis will have Gorpol for their safety. But you can see that Morocco are in the apex or in the crux of everything that's going to happen. Rotations from a lot of the teams, including the ones of Djibouti, that might be a bit problematic, but so far, nobody has made a step. Nigeria, they've been super quiet for day 1. Will day 2 be theirs? As they are walking onto the South Africans, trying to take some control. Looks like the shots are raining back and forth, but will it bring any limbs? That's the big question.
Oh, and the circle, it still has that Gaka Mountain, my favorite areas. So far, we don't see many teams interested in the Gaka Mountain, including right now Morocco. They'll be happy inside of Jogopool. Passing hospital right now. But the team on the high ground don't seem to be really interested to take a long range shot just yet. I think everyone's still holding their trigger, considering that we still got a couple of teams still alive. So right now, everyone's just scouting, getting information, just to know where exactly everyone is at.
And we're seeing that from Nigeria. They've done a good bit of scouting. Their vehicles have taken damage. So it's not going to be the easiest to continue traveling with them for the time being. But at least they got in themselves a good position where they can play off. But the problem is that you can see Algeria are raining hellfire. A lot of the teams are close by, and that's another altercation that we need to look at in the meanwhile. Ghana and Djibouti might be a bit problematic. Djibouti has the high ground, but the compound is in the control of Ghana. The other side of the river is theirs. And with the stage 3 ring closing down in 15 seconds, teams will have to make a choice. Will they go in early and risk an early fight that they might be third-partied on, or will they take their time and just try to come in late, try to be the late aggressor? For now, Djibouti are holding off, and everybody knows that there is no need to rush just yet.
Yeah, because we still got a lot of right, so it's fine. And at the same time, we can see that the circle works, putting pressure onto some of the teams still on the outside of the circle. Not too many teams are on the outside, but with stage 3, it should be most of the team be already in the inside. But we also got the Moroccans actually looking at the bridge in case anyone wants to come by. And there is actually another team still on North Pool. So there is a possibility that they might use the bridge, but they seem to be on the way to use the right bridge instead. So that will be an easier, clearer entry for them.
Yeah, exactly. The Eastern Way is good. But Morocco still got a lot of control. They're playing Senkai and Marshmallow for their scouts. But South Africa is in a good position to catch the Strangler. So are Mauritius. A lot of these teams might just walk into each other. You can see Egypt now having to play super safe. Their position is the high ground, but it's a rather exposed one. And you can see again taking some chip. Teams left, right, and center from them. Djibouti, Senegal, and Ghana are all close by. They have to play safe. They're in the second place. They have a good position, but they need to keep their lives. Not a lot of limbs are coming in. And actually, they are coming in from the side of Egypt. They're trying to find some shots. The Ghanaian team is caught in rotation, and that will be another knock for the Egyptians. Just knocking it off, getting the finalization. And that will be the first one for Egypt on the board.
Oh, Egypt, one elimination point for them. We got 9 more teams to go. Now long range from but Toxin counter fire by Kilwa from afar. Kilwa being pressured by again. But then again, Toxin needs to be picked up, and again will be the one to pick him. At the same time, we can see the rotations coming in here. Isco as well as Kilwa still caught on the outside. There we go. Doctor waiting in the compound below them. Wonder where Samurai is at. They seem to be in 2 different locations now.
Yeah, they're playing Samurai as that little bit of a scout that can go solo, not make a lot of noise, and eventually get them a spot to rotate towards. But will they be able to do so? Because as you can see, Djibouti are taking off the edge. Algeria, Nigeria, Morocco all have power position, and Egypt are not in a great position whatsoever. Isco will take down again. The knocks are continuing upon the Egyptians, and you gotta wonder how long will their munitions hold? Do they even have enough resources to maintain such a tough position? Will they have to back off? Because they've taken the power position, but the problem is, the position as such is not going to be easy. You can see Djibouti's position is not looking good. Doctor fighting some shots back and forth, and the problem is Doctor is all alone. His 2 players, Samurai is all the way around, and Doctor has to save them for the time being, but that will not be the case. They will be surgically removed from the map. And now with the next ring, you can see the big winners are South Africa, Morocco, and Algeria holding their good positions. Egypt with the high ground might be able to get some elimination points. But again, they will have to concede that and go back to the farmland. A very exposed rotation for the Egyptian down south.
Well, I guess even if Samurai was together with the Doctor, it's 2-4. The chances for them to survive that is kind of low as well. So maybe the strategy is to like, okay, just split up, and whoever survives, just survive. Just go for sharing points, and that's absolutely okay. But we can see Samurai right now. He is on another location below the circle, but right in front of Samurai, it's an open space. Hopefully he has the vehicles to get in, because if he goes in on foot, he'll be super exposed.
Exactly. Some of these teams are exposed. And Isco will be out and about from this map. Down to the ring. And now Djibouti are taking the very long way around. Some damage to the blue, at least they have some region to try to cap it off, but they're walking to the back of Egypt, and Muhammad will definitely hear that audio coming in. Teams are wary. Ghana and Egypt are pretty close by. Will Djibouti be able to hold it? At least they'll get that first knock on Toxin. Again, has had a pretty good performance, but they will decide not to press forward. And that means that Egypt will probably lose the member at the end of that altercation, trying to find a trade, trying to find the response. But the problem is, Djibouti have a very good angle. The headshot glitch is too strong for Egypt for the time being. They do not have the nades necessary to rout them off, but the blue is coming in. And Djibouti have to be very careful about that. HPs are gonna be a big problem. They're taking the vehicles. Egypt are definitely looking at them. Will they be able to finalize them? Nasser will take down one, trying to spray down the second, but Walter will go through. Egypt will make sure that they got their fourth knock on the board, but they will be a member short at the end of the day.
At least they got a good amount of elimination points from that, so pretty decent for Egypt so far. For Ghana right now, looks like he's caught in an open position. Needs to get away, playing by the edge of the blue. But look at the amount of teams around him. How he's gonna be safe? But he has his teammates. Okay, they'll be playing by the edge there. And as for Algeria, well, they are just next to each other.
Yeah, exactly. But Algeria are playing super passive. This might be yet again their hubris. They've tried taking good positions and utilizing it, but as of now, just has not been the case. They're in the fourth spot, just outside of the 3 qualification spots, and not by a tiny margin. It's a difference of almost 20 points, and they are looking to close that gap. But it is gonna be pretty hard, especially with the way that Morocco are playing. Morocco are super safe. They have Marshmallow and Zenkai close to the edges, but Lazy and Carry Boy are both taking the long way around. Will they be able to take a hold as Egypt are trying to pencil Algeria? Stage 5 is coming down to a close. Will the Algerians be able to take a hold? The warehouse is not the best of positions. It's exposed from all sides. And if the teams decide to just shrink them down, they will have no choice but to concede that space.
And so now you can see that Muhammad is pretty okay, but all of his teammates are on the other side, doing some scouting work for his side. And interesting to note that the circle did move away from the Kaka Mountain too, so it's going to be mostly open areas with this kind of circle, but we still have a couple of teams on the other side of the road. And the next phase of the teams will need to manage the rotation across the road. Managing the rotation across the road is always the most difficult thing to do because roads are very exposed. And the moment they go through, well, even if they have smokes, that'll be hard. But now long range, beautifully done. One not far.
Yeah, great work from South Africa, but now they will face the wrath of the Moroccans. Lions of the Atlas are trying to look good, but nades are coming in back and forth. That might be a slam dunk, but no, Lazy Boy will be able to survive, but not with that being brought down to a sliver. And you can see teams are ready to third party. Morocco are not in a good position. They need to take their vehicles and run, but Senkai will not be able to run fast enough. Ghana will be able to capitalize, finding kills back and forth, but it will not be enough. And now Lazy Boy and Carry Boy are walking into Nigeria. Shots are coming in, but they will stay alive. Now walking into Egypt and Morocco, between a rock and a hard place, and they will go down. It's all Morocco going down to this, and now they're out. Not a single elim has been confirmed for them. Not the best starts, but at least they have the cushion from day one to play upon. But they are out of a wrangle here.
South Africa is by the edge of the circle on the outskirts of hospital. Possibility that the circle will move away from is there, and they're one of those teams on the other side of the road. And if they were to cross, well, there'll be another team waiting for them. Let's see how will they go up with the challenge. And now, speaking about the circle will show itself, everyone is currently in it. But in a while, the circle will move away. And we won't got the players still on the outside, on the southern side. And that is where it is such an open area. Now the circle shifted. So some of these teams need to move, including Ghana, who will meet up with Algeria when they move forward.
That will be a matter of straight up duels now. Most of these teams are running out of resources. You can see that Ghana still have some heals left, but it is a very hard game. Also, making sure to play sweeping for Egypt, trying to cut off the rotations, trying to inform that there's a flank coming from their back. That will not be the case. You can see the same for Raouf. So Algeria are playing it pretty well. But the two teams inside the epicenter of the ring are South Africa and Nigeria. Will they be able to bring something out of it? The ring is shrinking again. Nobody's in a good position. Maybe outside of just South Africa. They have the good grounds, but some of these teams have the numbers. Nigeria has the compound. And Moroidis taking their shots. They need to go for the package. The vehicle cannot withstand that much longer. We're seeing smokes coming in, but Egypt, only 3 members and only 2 of them available to fight. They need to pick their time. Not going to be an easy cross, especially with the push from Moroidis onto them.
Boom boom sir, forcing himself into the circle, but then shot down by Muhammad. Paradox arrives in the same compound to get another team, but Paradox is all alone. Vortex is still behind. This is Mauritius forcing himself into the circle, crossing the road. But the moment they do that, this is pretty much the only place that they can stop.
Exactly, they just put themselves in harm's way. And Paradox is just playing distraction, but you can see that Nasser from Team Egypt is trying to move through, trying to clear that player. The rest of Egypt are holding themselves, and Raouf finally coming in late. Will relay a lot of that information to the rest of Algeria that can actually try to make a move for it. Nasser will confirm the death of Vortex in Ghana. Only 2 limbs. But the top 6 spot isn't that bad. And now Algeria trying to clear Egypt. Raouf with a good nade. Maybe the second one will be a slam dunk. Egypt in a very rough position. They need to play around these broken cars. But that will not be enough cover. 4 members from Algeria, and they're all moving in. Raouf will confirm again to be out of the round. It's only 2 for Egypt. Muhammad trying to run for the hills. But will it be the case? Now Algeria are taking fire. Nade might be good. The smoke will provide temporary cover. And Muhammad will find good damage, but not without an answer from the other team. And Nasser having a very good hold. Now everybody's gatekeeping each other. Egypt in a very rough position. Algeria is just waiting for that solo player. And the Algerians are out in the open trying to find the Egyptians. It's a 5-team map. And none of these 5 teams are really in a good position outside of Nigeria. Algeria, though, will rain these nades, and Egypt are almost out. It's down to Nasser, and that's it. Nigeria will claim the last one. 7 knocks for Egypt. But they will be out at 5th. And now Algeria trying to make the cross. They're playing very aggressive, but Paradox will get that kill on a Nigerian player trying to take control of the rest of the compound. And that's going to be a very big problem for the rest of Nigeria. But with a self-made kill!
What just happened there?
No. Paradox.
Oh no, not sure what just happened there, but then again, it does happen, ladies and gentlemen. Now Algeria looking for redemption from their last few games yesterday, now making their rotation. They're going in for the fight against South Africa, and now the fire, South Africa is still holding on. Managed to get one, probably getting another one with yes, but finally South Africa, but then again, Potato is still there, but Algeria finally wins.
Yeah, Algeria maintaining all 3 of their members. Even the knock was not confirmed. So they will get out of there alive. It's only down to 2 teams. A 3-on-3 situation. 2 teams are even a number, but Algeria has to make a very hard rotation. They're still out in the open. The compound is under the control of Nigeria. They're trying to make a move. You can see Shluffy going in for the kill, trying to find something with the vehicle. They know that one of the players of Algeria are still on that hill, but you can see that the rest of the team have moved off to the west. Will they be able to surround them? Because it's not looking good for the team so far. They need to continue pushing forward, and you can see that Aaron is trying to take that opposite end, trying to use the car as a cover, probably provide some safe haven for the rest of their team, because right now Algeria, they've made it over. They've made it to the edge of the circle by the warehouse. But stage 8 will be very hard for them. They might have to walk out in the open.
Yeah, if only they go, that'll be ideal for them. But I guess their strategy now is just to be like information on exactly where the other teams are because there's only one other team on the other side and they do compound for themselves. So it's a little bit of a gamble here that, okay, we take this area, use that area, let's see stage 8, who gets the circle. Oh, if the circle goes towards, it goes middle, then, well, it's 50-50 then. And everything is going to be in the open area by then.
Well, I think it's not that much of a 50-50 if you consider the location of the players. You can see that Nigeria definitely have the positional advantage. At least Algeria has the vehicles to maybe make a gambit, try to find something. But that shall not be the case. The compound is Nigeria's, and now shots back and forth between the two teams. But to no success to either side. You can see Shuffy having that off angle, trying to be a nuisance, trying to allow the rest of Nigeria to move across. And they will. They have the last building in their control, and now they are gathering together. Only 20 seconds before the circle tightens, and everybody has to walk out in the open. Looking at resources, helmets are almost grabbed for Algeria. A lot of headshots have come their way. Some healing as well onto them, but I think the way that fight is destined to be, maybe the healing will not be enough. Algeria trying to find some odd shots. They might find one of the kills, but that will not be the case for now.
Be all out between these two teams. Who will get the chicken dinner? Of course, Algeria. They are in pursuit of taking back that top 3. They held on for the first 3 rounds yesterday. And now they seem to be going for it. But I guess it's going to be the circle that kind of determines the next move. So far, both teams definitely not want to budge. But the next circle is going to be 9, so there will not be any circle. Both teams will need to move pretty much at the same time, since it will close entirely by then.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's gonna be a matter of who will take control of the center and who will still have somebody to make a move. Because you can see that Nigeria are definitely angling for something, but the problem is players cannot take something like that. Oh my god, will a player be down? They will be! They're down a man! They're down a person just before the 5 starts, and that might be the signal for Algeria to actually make a move. You can see they're taking their vehicles. They know that this is now or never time. They're taking the left side of the hill. They're expanding towards the center. Nigeria can hear them, but can Nigeria find something? Vehicular manslaughter coming in. They're trying to find the shots, and they will knock them down. Nigeria are down 2. It's only down to Snuffy in that position.
And it's going to be Algeria taking home the first chicken dinner today. This is redemption day for Algeria. They won that spot again. They won the top 3 spot, and they're back with a bang.
You know, definitely they've taken good control of their positioning, and this time you've seen a much cleaner team in the way that they take, in the way that they play the map. That has always been the case, but this time they have the shots to back it up. Great work for them, isolating the teams that they know are easy pickings. They've gotten their limbs, and definitely the fact that Morocco had a very lackluster game might take up the standing for everyone. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, today is a 6-map day, just like yesterday. Score lines are bound to shake, and as we can see here in the replays, Egypt are one of these teams that just were caught off in the middle of nowhere just due to their rotation. Caught off in the open, depleted all their resources, but they did not go out without a fight. They got 7 knocks just before going out. And again, you can see here Morocco in a very rough spot. They had to walk out into the open, into Egypt that were also into the open, that were dealt with promptly by Algeria. And this is the clean gameplay that you expect from a team that has players as experienced as somebody like Raouf. Nades are clean, trying to hold out the back and front angle, leaving no man behind. And you can see even Nasser was spotted by Nigeria. The teams have taken their control, and well, that has been a good map, and I'm definitely looking out to see how that shakes things up for the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially for Algeria, will they take over that top 3 spot? I think it's likely for them to do so. Considering that not only they got the chicken dinner, but they got a number of elimination points in the process as well. So I believe that there is a big possibility they'll be back at the top 3. But of course, the bigger question lies whether they hold on to it or not, because we still got 5 more games before we determine who our 3 teams are, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go on to next round, we'll be taking a little bit of, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
She called me baby, you're not wasting time. But how could I let her go? Don't you know I might adore you? I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever, yeah. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We could do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We could do whatever. We could do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Do whatever we could do. Tick tock, we alone now, and my thoughts are frozen, frozen now. Seeing pixels in slow mo, in a weightless motion. She called me crazy and I'm wasting time. Easy, don't leave me now. Yeah, for the sky and all its diamonds. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We can do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We can do whatever, yeah. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We can do whatever, yeah, sun's out, make the clouds move over. We can do whatever. We could do whatever, yeah. Do whatever, yeah. Yeah, do whatever, yeah. Do Up all night by myself, trying to think of ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. You try hard to find the answer when no one knows how it feels between disasters. It comes and goes. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. We'll never know. It's weighing me down. Got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the light and run away from the night. Let's run away. We're falling hard to find the answer. With this life we live, be all that matters. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. And we'll never know. It's weighing can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me the light, 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 bring me the
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the IESF Esports Championship qualifiers for Africa. And we're still here with you. So we're jumping to round number 2. Welcome back.
Yeah, it was a very exciting round 1. Algeria finally getting their crown that they deserve, that they've worked for the entirety of day 1, and now they're here. Now they're ready to pick a fight. But the problem is, like teams like Morocco has had an off game. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be an occurrence that we're gonna get used to in today. Egypt as well. They didn't have the best circle. We're surrounded by a lot of teams. And then the teams that we expected to pull out the upsets, like Ivory Coast and Senegal and Ghana, weren't in the best of positions. So a change of map, maybe walking into Miramar, will provide a different scenery, a different way for these teams to try to snatch something. I'm excited to see how will they do that. But first, I think we should take a look at the scoreboard, know what happened. From the case that we have right now, what has transpired for the teams?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see whether Algeria will be back in the top 3. So that's one of the key things because Algeria, they started well yesterday, but the half wasn't that good and they lost their top 3 spot. But if they are back in the top 3, that also means that the other teams will need to work harder to take over the top 3 spot from them. But anyway, let's check out the scores right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess that's where it is the most anticipated result of all. But we'll talk about the scores later on. As we jump into our game, we'll hear the scores later as a surprise.
Yeah, Miramar. We are walking in and we can see that the flight is being escorted, I believe, through a very neutral left-sided entry here for the flight. As you can see, it's a little bit down to the south, but still, the majority of the map is definitely accessible. And a lot of these teams might be aiming to places like El Pozo, San Martin, or El Azhar. These are places that we've seen the teams gravitate towards. And with the way that the flight is, it's not too much of a glide to go to places like that.
Yeah, there will be some challenges for some teams who like to drop into treatment. Like yesterday, what we saw, we got a couple of teams that were treatment, even in Campo Meta, El Azhar as well, because it's quite a distance for them. But for the teams who like to drop inside Wilderness, they'll be okay as well. I don't think we saw much Impala or Paraiso yesterday. So some of the teams that like to drop on the northern side may change their drop spot.
Yeah, and we are seeing some changes. 2 teams towards El Pozo, and one of them being the Algerian team. You can see that they are dropping, and they are more than aware of what is about to transpire. Just get to safety, take control of the compounds, and stay away from Namibia. Make sure that you are safe, because that is a team that is not shying away from early fights. They are okay in taking these early, low economy, low resource 4v4s. And Algeria, they're not that kind of team, but maybe we'll see what they're made of if they decide to pick a fight early here.
And the circle seems to be similar, like one of the Miramar circles, yes, right at the bottom. So yesterday's circle, it went towards the high ground. I wonder if it happened again today. But now we're back with the fight, and this time it's in the area of Ascendant. We got 2 teams inside here. Algeria is one of it, and we got the first knockdown. Waiting for the first blood to be secured, but because of that distance, I guess we're still going to wait.
Yeah, just a knockdown. I believe that they will not press any further, because as you can see, resources are super scarce for the 2 teams, but they can here go. If they can get a second knock, this should be all but over for Namibia unless they pull out a miracle, but that doesn't look to be the case for now. Iron will escort themselves back to safety, and the fight will not continue. But the problem for Namibia is outside of GOAT, everyone's stuck in that warehouse. In the warehouse, just as you can see, has nowhere to go. High ground to your right, open space to your left. You either do that or you walk straight into the line of fire of Algeria. And well, Solitude and Co., they have to make a very rough decision right now.
Yeah, it's either they want to let this go or they want to continue on the fight. But they need to remember that it's 2,000 meters away from the circle. So at some point, teams will need to go as well. Because we can see that some of the players like Kimmo here, he doesn't any utilities at all, not even throwable utilities. So they still need to look at with another team challenging them inside of this compound. I think it's best if they go to else anyway because it's 2,000 meters away. The circle is 2,000 meters away. So it's not worthwhile for them to be staying
Well,
there
we're
that
saying
long.
that, but Algeria's taking 2 knocks. Just as we were saying that, they managed to find a space, they managed to find an angle. But speaking of which, that is gonna be also a difficult angle between 2 other squads that are logged in. And they are locking tails, Egypt and South Africa. As we pan to our initial engagement, you can see 2 of these players are almost down. Solitude is down, and one of these players are very low in HP. Raouf trying to go for the push. They're splitting themselves. Chemo, just as he said, no utility, even no helmet, so any headshot will be problematic, but that will not be the case because Tornado's going to get one. Raouf will finally be brought down, but it's down to the last members. And Namibia, they're trying to escape. They're going to ditch their 2 members right inside, and well, that's going to be early 2 eliminations for the side of Morocco. They don't lose, for the side of Algeria, rather. They don't lose anyone. Raouf is definitely more than recoverable. And speaking of recovery, Egypt and South Africa are trying to recover themselves. And as he said, with their ring being a very south-centric one, it's a long journey. And the fact that these teams are locking heads super early on will make it harder for them to rotate later on. And as you can see, GOAT, they need to find a vehicle, but there are no vehicles nearby, so it will be a very long way just to get back to the ring.
Yeah, 2,400 meters now and no vehicles. It's not possible for you to just go on foot. So he has to find a vehicle. At the same time, South Africa has eyes onto Egypt. Okay, Griff, he sees, he shoots, he gets it. Again is down, and again is out in the open. So for his teammates to come save him. They're on the side of the compound, but shots fired to Griff. Griff, luckily not knocked, but he managed to secure the elimination point thanks to his nade.
Yeah, they secured a kill. But now Egypt are in a problematic position. You can see it's a 2-side pincer, and they've lost again to it. Now it's down to Toxin, Nasser, and Muhammad. Will they be able to lock things down? The complex has a lot of floors, so it's really a very hard decision to know where you're going. But you know what? It's going to be easier for Algeria because they spotted the last player. And Chemo still, without any helmet, without almost any resources, trying to take that fight. And speaking of fights taken, Morocco again trying to stay alive. Lazy Boy will fall down just by the time that they get in. And Djibouti might take down the champions for a second round. Walter will take Lazy Boy's life. And Algeria, they're trying to clear in the player, but they're taking it down. Meanwhile, on the other end of the screen, Morocco scrape him by, but only just. Marshmallow is very low in HP. Marshmallow will be brought down. And 2 of our champions, 2 of our teams with the qualified spots, not having the best of games. Algeria are trying to clear the angle. It's all down to Carry Boy taking one of these knocks now, trying to clear for the clutch, taking another one down, and that might be enough for Morocco to just take out their guns, move to the last bit, and GOAT, wasting as much of time as they can. Very low HP, proning down on the ground. Algeria will finally get rid of that player, but at the cost of 2 of their own. They get 4. But GOAT salvages something out of that situation, but that will be it. 9 teams are left. And these 9 teams are fighting super early. Stage 1, and we're already seeing a lot of blood being drawn throughout the map.
Yeah, we're probably not done yet. Look at Picado, 2 teams next to each other. So that fight will be happening unless they rotate into a different direction. So far, the circle is down south. The zone is closing. And all the way down south, we'll probably have a clash of 2 teams as well. So keep your eye on that too. Now the objective, I guess, for majority of these teams, or the key thing for some of these teams, is just to the circle first, because right now the zone is on top of some of them, including Algeria, who furthest away from the circle.
Will they be able to make it through to the circle, though? That's the big question. Because as you can see, some of these teams are very deep into the blue, especially a team like South Africa that is noted by the Egyptians. Some of these teams, like Ghana, like the two remainders from Morocco, they've got their position locked and loaded. They know where they are, but will they be able to capitalize? 31 players left. Some of them have taken their position. The rest might as well even not continue to make it past stage 2, because a lot of space has been taken out of the map. And that very southern circle has a lot of water space, so it's not really 100% playable terrain. Will the rest of the map be able to take it? You can see the Ivory Coast are closing in on the map, on the remaining teams. And now if you can see South Africa all the way back. And even you can see the 2 players from Algeria still towards the south of El Pozo. It's going to be a very long way for these northern travelers. Will they be able to make it in time and safely? That is the very tricky question to answer.
Oh, yeah, hopefully they manage enough healing utilities to withstand the wrath of the blue before they get zone. It should be alright because we're still stage 2, but if we move towards like 4, which I hope by that time they should be by the circle, then it's going to be hard to really tank it out. But now Nigeria is making their rotation. We'll bump into another team. Need to fight. Skinny will be at the forefront. Shots being fired out now. Spots out the opponent on the other side. Ghana will be waiting for them to come into their crosshair. But at the same time, another team shooting them from the other side as well.
Yeah, it's not looking easy, but Ghana, they are in a good position. But, well, it looks like Ivory Coast are going to beat them to the punch. A lot of HP being dropped in the team. You can see that an animation has been confirmed. It's only Spamma full on HP. Nell had to heal. Feed Me had to heal. And now Feed Me is being fed to the Wolves. The Wolves of Nigeria are trying to make a move. Roach is there. Snuffy as well is pretty close. The vehicles are making a move throughout the hill terrain. It's not an easy terrain to manage for either team, but they are walking around the Snuffy now, trying to walk towards Feed Me and Nell. The nade is good, but it's not good enough to take down the entire limb, draining the HP of the side of Ghana, a team that was in the top 3. Will they be able to bring them down? Looks like one of them will be stabbed upon as Feed Me will be dealt by Snuffy. Now they'll confirm that elimination, but you can see Joker still alive for the Ivorian team. And it's a very tough 3-man fight, but looks like on that end, it will be Ghana to be brought down by Nigeria. Nigeria taking that position. The Ivory Coast are looking to third party, but will they be able to do it in time?
It's quite a distance though. I think by that time, yeah, the opponents will have resetted themselves. But they seem to be still going. I know we're down to the last 5 games. That's why teams are really desperate for points if they want to get to the top 3. Right now, Ivory Coast, they need to defend this area. Shots being fired out as one knockdown will happen.
And well, the fight will start now. Ivory Coast, they might have the better position, but will they be able to bring it out? Nigeria already cleared one of the teams. They might be on a tear, they might be on a spear, and they're taking their vehicles away. Roach still pretty alive and well. Snuffy has the off angle. Will they be able to get the shot? No, they'll be downed. And that's the clear-cut advantage to our Ivorian team. Trying to push through, using the monster truck to play for the nade. Utility play is good. The hills will provide enough cover. The nade might be enough, but no, didn't reach far enough. But Ivory Coast still trying to make a move. They will confirm that Elim and Yafpi will be able to move before that fire reaches them. The bullets are coming back and forth between the 2 teams, but Ivory Coast still all too well in the following gunfight. It knocks back and forth, 1 for each. And Nigeria are still trying to find an advantage into that one, but that might not be enough. Shots coming in. Will it be enough for Nigeria? They're trying to bait for the resurrect. And the res might be coming in. Only 4 seconds left, and they're not putting the trigger just in. They will be waiting, and that means that Ivory Coast get to recover somewhat. All the 4 members are still alive for the Ivorians, and now they're heating back up. Will Nigeria continue to push? It looks like that is the case.
Yeah, it looks like they really want to end the job. And they want those elimination points. By the same time, up north, we have a clash of 2 teams as well. So we have South Africa now going up against Egypt. Shots fired out, and South Africa will be eliminated just like that. Egypt will be happy to take the 4 points.
Exactly, a full mark for Egypt. That did lose a member. They are still one of the 8 remaining teams. Speaking of which, we might even be lessened to 7. These 2 teams are still locked in Ivory Coast. They are not even deciding to leave. They're still continuing to fight. You can see the Joker is trying to take an off angle. They are wary of the vehicle, and they are looking towards that angle. It will not be the case. Ivory Coast are in the open. They've taken control over Nigeria, but now Crazy will join Joker, and looks like that they have just taken enough. They've said, okay, that's not a fight that we need to take for the time being. We can just hold them right there. We can take the building complex and everything will be easy. And speaking of easy, it definitely is not for Algeria. It was supposed to be an easy fight for them. It was a 4v1. Goat took down 2. And now Iron and Raouf need to salvage that situation. They already have 4 limbs, so their score will not be so bad if they make it to the top 4. And another team that are only on 2 is Morocco. They have lost some of their members early on, and they are still trying to play slow. But will that be enough for them? Because you can see teams are starting to assemble. The constellation will align, and Senegal might have the angle to take the champions out.
Senegal, right. I wonder who needs to cross over to each other, but maybe we'll get a better idea now. Okay, team's still in the circle. That's all right. And there's still space on the left side for both teams, so they can still make that outside rotation back into the circle. With that being said, Morocco is not interested anymore to gatekeep them because they know that there's still enough space to rotate away. So it's not going to be worthwhile for Morocco to be there. Might as well find their next point within the circle, and that's where they'll move. But speaking about movement, Algeria needs to come into the circle, and they go straight. They'll meet up with another team that might make that to the left.
Yeah, they know that Moridus is there. It's not going to be an easy fight. They're still not aware of that positioning. They might walk back straight into Ghana and Carryboy. The vehicle is open. The spray might not be good enough for them, but Carryboy is still in a lot of harm. Will not discover the remaining Ghanaian player, but at least will make it back to safety. That's the win for the Moroccan team, but Spama is still there. It's only 2 players remaining, and the situation is not looking good for Nigeria either. They have to tuck tail. They have to try and run. The fights are starting to get a bit chaotic. Will it be too much for the teams? That's the question. Stage 4 is finally enclosing upon us. The ring will continue to shrink and shrink, and Algeria are out of the next ring. Egypt are trying to take control, but as you can see, there are a team straight in the center. That's Mauritius holding down Morocco. Morocco almost looked at by everyone, and the champions are a little bit in a tough spot. Egypt, they have the good position. Toxin does not need to make a move. And well, things are looking good, certainly for the teams that are playing the edges, because you can see the teams on the center are not having a very easy time just even trying to move or rotate.
And the best part about this circle, I know we're still at stage 4, but it's still a split between like the north and the south side because of that main road. So it's still a guess of where will the circle go later on. But now the movement coming from here, spotted out by Egypt, the long range from Toxin, it will not connect. Probably did on the vehicle, but not onto the players. Now Mohamed is going to continue on spraying down onto them as you get away. So A-OK for now.
Yeah, A-OK. But things might not be okay for long. Algeria will have to take that little bit of a valley to take some cover in. Might not be enough cover though, because you can see teams at the warehouse might have a clear sideline. The car might even explode and cause some havoc for their defense. They're tucking in, trying to make it to the top 5. Will that on its own be enough? That's a big question. 23 players remaining. 30 seconds and we will know where the ring goes. And you can see a lot of these teams are still scouting. Some of these positions are yet to be known. And out of these teams, I think the Moroidis are in a very good position. They have the center of the map. They have the entirety of their 4 members. You can even see there on the scoreboard. They might not have the biggest amount of resources left in them, but they certainly have enough resources to take a fight or two.
Vortex sees where Muhammad is at, but he doesn't want to overpeak. That's why he's not like to him the whole time. He's just waiting for him to show himself. Now the circle move and looks the circle will be on the south side. So teams on the north might want to consider to migrate down. So the risk that they take is that most of the teams are currently on the south side. And we got a couple of teams on the high ground as well. So because of that, whatever movement, there's a possibility that the scout would happen, and maybe even a long range knock. So it's something that the teams, even though they want to migrate from the north to the south, they
I agree with, as you can see, the teams in the south are much more congested than the ones in the north. At least the teams in the north can have a very late and safe rotation to the edge of the circle. That will not be the case for the rest. As you can see, Ivory Coast, they have to make a move. So does Senegal. Samurai now will find
Here we
Nasser,
go.
will have the peak, and will manage to bring down the Egyptian. Egypt now are down to 2 players only. And Senegal will be able to find a good lead, will be able to find space. The space that Algeria are trying to escape from. You can see that they're taking the car. Raouf will probably just jump in any second now. 2 teams with 2 members. And Moroidis are very close by. Will Raouf be aware? They might have an idea that Moroidis are there, but they are still trying to contest that building, using the wall as cover. Will Moroidis decide to strike, or will they value their safety and position more? They are raining down the nades, but Iron and Raouf, they're taking the exchange, and they are not finding anything just yet. They'll take down Paradox, but it might be too much for them. They have to play a 2v4, and Raouf will find a second. This might be doable, but they just need to cleanse out the last 2, but that will not be the case, because Kayo will single-handedly win the fight for their team. Algeria will generate one of these knocks, will finalize an elimination, get a point, but that is it. 8th place for Algeria, 7 teams left and 19 players. Almost all of these teams are scarred and down in numbers.
a valiant effort there. I mean, they know that there are only 2 players, but they want that happen to have 4. So the results didn't favor them, and the number also didn't favor them even before the fight happened. But it was valiant effort. Gotta give it to them. Make that move, it takes a lot of courage.
Yeah, definitely a lot of courage to be taken into consideration for that scenario. But will it be the case that that courage will be enough? Well, for now, it might be, because Morocco are taken out of position. Morocco are brought down by Nigeria, and the rooftops are not safe. The map is not safe for Morocco, especially with only having Caribor and Senkai. 5 elimination points. That's a good number, but they need to make it to top 5 if we want to make it count.
It's up to the 2nd floor just to get more information, and they're pretty much safe. By stage 6, they should be okay still, but maybe by stage 7, they need to move forward to Ivory Coast. Long range pressure onto the other side. Will the looks like still no, but they are not letting go of their opponent on there. Still shooting from the other angle as well. He tries to get a pixel shot, but does not connect. The vehicle is smoked out. I wonder if the vehicle's blown. If the vehicle's already blown up, then it's pretty much a bar. But the circle did move away from these teams, as we would kind of expect, and is supposed to make that move.
What a
Vortex
situation.
now together with Mauritius in the middle of the circle. It's a really good place here. And plus, what's best about their location is not only because they have because they're by the side of the road. That means they can gatekeep another team that wants to try to get across, and the carry boy. This is pretty much revenge from the other side. Now carry needs to be carried instead, but he's currently down and out and in the open soon.
Yeah,
Now
what a
Vortex will
precarious
try to
situation.
stop the Toxin for coming into.
It's not looking so good for most of these teams, because only 2 teams have the big advantage and that is Nigeria. Amorotis. They have the spacing, they have the timing, and they can see Joker just trying to make it to there, but the vehicle might blow up and end their lives, and Carry Boy and Senkai still trying to contest, still trying to make things work. But that will not be the case. Not just yet, and Samurai will just take a little bit of a drink, try to heal. Senegal still trying to fight one of the teams with 4 members, and Joker will take one of them down. Wishy Boy now trying to heal Samurai pretty low. These smokes might not save their lives. The spray down is very harsh on a Senegalese team. The vehicle might blow up in their face. They're pretty low. They are not healing. A kit will be used, and the vehicle will not blow up just yet. So they are not dead, but they just might be at any second from now.
It's a lucky one for him. Only one bullet onto him and he'll be knocked down, but he should be able to reset himself by now. Reese will be keeping eye on to Egypt. That's currently by the edge of the circle of even. So Egypt, now the problem for Egypt is that they need to cross the road. And time crossing the road is really tough. Hopefully they have enough smokes to at least create a for them to have enough cover to get across.
Yeah, definitely. That might be a problem because, as you can see, teams are gatekeeping each other super harshly at the moment. It's pretty hard to get out of these compounds and pretty hard to get out in these line of sights to make something happen. You can see Egypt, they're locked off. Toxin had to get a vehicle, but Muhammad is under fire from Carry Boy, and Toxin will be brought down. The vehicle will explode in Egypt. Almost without any hope left in this one. The vehicle is out for the cover, and you can see that Morocco are still continuing to pressure. They know where Nigeria are, but they're just waiting for the shots. But again, everybody's position is well known. It's just about which of these teams will land the shots. 5 seconds left. Who will the game favor? Who will be the luckiest team? Who's going to be the closest to the chicken dinner? We'll find out right now.
And the circle will shift away from these teams. And including who needs to move forward, but at least they're a little bit clear. But they see an opponent on the other side. Senegal's moving as well. It should be all right for them to gather together. But majority of teams on the south, look at them. We got like 5 teams still not in the circle.
Teams are all out of the circle, and getting in is going to be extremely difficult, especially looking at the position of Senegal. They've put themselves in the driver's seat to gatekeep most of these teams because, as you can see, very little vegetation, very little range, and Ivory Coast are locking down Reuters. So neither of these teams can make a move. We're just waiting to see who will break the deadlock. The 7 teams will have to collide any second now. The play zone is starting to dwindle. Ivory Coast will take the brunt of the damage, and it will be Sky to find another knock. Will they be able to finalize the kill? Looks like the Vortex will be able to do so. Carrier Boy will get one off. So Morocco are not walking out empty-handed. They're also getting their hand in the play, and it's all down to Crazy. Trying to find something here, but again, locked out in the blue. Is just a matter of time before Crazy goes down, and that will be it. Not giving the points to anybody else, but we finally have 6 teams left, and the fights are still continuing. You can see that Vortex, Sampa, and Vortex is back down to be knocked. Reuters are not in a good position anytime.
Now Mauritius really holding their ground. They still have the compound circle. This is basically the fortress. Look at the teams. They're finally to get onto this compound. Morocco still on the outside. Egypt as well. And they're in the line of fire of Mauritius. The naval will toss a little land onto the last member there. 2 nades tossed out, but he needs to be aimed at, so he got to back off.
Yeah, they're backing off. They're trying to reach for the res, and they will pick their teammates back up. That's a very important pickup. You need to keep your numbers. 4 teams, and 4 of these 10 players belong to Moroides. The numbers certainly favor them. The zone continues to favor them, but Roach might be able to find the Kobe necessary to save their lives. Roach low on health, only a single A kit to their reserves. Will they be able to find something? I'm pretty sure the Moroides can hear the steps But can they finalize the player? Roach down to a single point of health. Nades are great, but the second one will actually full flat just under the hand of the Moroidus player, allowing Roach to heal back up. And now, Nigeria might have a spot in the top 3 because you can see that Senegal has the high ground. It's getting very hard for Morocco, who has to contend with Samurai just raining hellfire down to the proning players. And well, this compound is going to be all or nothing. Senegal and Moroidus are locked in head-to-head. Morocco on the side, and Samurai is the insurance policy.
Oh, and somehow the Soko still favors this compound. This compound is a magnet. Now we got 2 teams in the compound. We got 1 player on the outside, but the outside on the outside of the zone as well. Long range for Samurai. He gets 1. Can he get the second one? With a minute 14, and he will secure those points. Samurai for Senegal has Asian points. 100% for the team.
3 teams, 8 players left. You can see that it's going to be very hard. Senegal is the team with 4 members. And it's certainly not looking good. Roach is out, and that is it. We have a 1-on-1, a squad-on-squad. The compound has been favoring Senegal, and they'll continue to make use of it, knocking down one of the Moroidus players. Still trying to fight, trying to get that angle. The nade was almost good enough, but not to be. Nades are super powerful in that position. Will they be able to clear somebody out? They're certainly making a ruckus in the rooms, trying to get the clear, but nobody's plunging in just yet. They have enough heals. They can try to find the rest. The final circle is here, and one of the players from Mauritius is down. Will it be Senegal trying to pull the trigger? It looks like that is the case. Trying to storm the building. On the balcony is Vortex, and Vortex will be brought down along with the door, and that is it. Senegal will get that win, will get that chicken dinner. And well, we continue to have upset after upset on today.
Wow, Senegal coming in from behind. Probably, I don't in the top 3, and I don't think so. But definitely the edge closer to the top 3. And if this kind of performance, maybe they will be the surprise teams into the top 3. But any highlights from the previous round, and there were a lot of early fights, and towards a lot of compound fights, especially the compound that was held by the longest time.
Yeah, Moroidus, we're just favored by luck in that spot. But again, there was no luck involved in GOAT. Knocking down Algeria, the winner of our last map, to only 2 members. And then these extended fights, they were basically what shaped the rest of the map. Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Senegal. And then later on, you can see the teams raining fire from the sides. It was not an easy call in Algeria, only down to 2 members. Had to try to do their best, but maybe their best in that situation could not cut it in due time. Moroidus managed to hold their numbers the entire way, and keeping the 4-team stack was what enabled them to get the victory. Even some luck was required. Yes, it's always some luck in a game of PUBG to get the favorable ring, to get the good position, and then that position continues to favor you throughout the later stages. They got in that luck, but they also kept their numbers, they kept their composure, and they made the best out of this situation.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if you don't get the circle, if you're not lucky enough, it's all about how to overcome it. And that's where the teams will need to be prepared of. And of course, these teams, they're Pajamon players, they know that possibility. Mauritius, who held this compound from, drew a lot of attention from multiple angles. And Senegal find the right timing, not only putting pressure onto them, but also the other teams who were trying to go, who eyed that compound, and through that they managed to get those elimination points here, stopping Morocco from coming in. Samurai another 2 elimination points from there, and Senegal looking good in this round. Practical, very, very coordinated.
Exactly, very coordinated, leaving Moroidus with almost nowhere to go. And well, they will have to go back to the lobby, get ready, get prepared, because we still have a couple more matches, 2 down and 4 to go. They still have something to play for. And well, Cloud, that was a very interesting game. Do you have any closing thoughts before we go back to the break?
Well, today will be a day of surprises, so stay tuned. You don't want to miss the matches for today. But of course, before we continue on with our matches, we got to take a little break. When we're back, we will be in sign out. So see you guys after this.
Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. You see the truth behind the veil, and you know that they're just looking for attention. Oh, you don't let the ruthlessness prevail. Oh, it's time now, light your fires for ascension. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. You show you're a phoenix. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings and rise from the ashes. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Your heart is drifting out of reach. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Even though you're next to me. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Your heart is drifting out of reach. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Now that our love has capsized. Has capsized. Gotta find my way to you. Has capsized. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Your heart is drifting out of reach. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Even though you're next to me. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Your heart is drifting out of reach. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Even though you're next to me. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Your heart is drifting out of reach. Gotta find my way to you. No matter what I do, gotta find my way to you. Now that our love has capsized. Has capsized. Gotta find my way to you. Has capsized. Gotta find my way to you.
I don't know, will you be my friend? I don't know, is this the end? Can you tell me what to say? I feel like you're lost in time with me. And so thanks to you, I thought that I was losing my head. Thanks to you, I thought that I had drove you away. Thanks to you, I never knew we'd be here today. But thanks to me, I made it. I'm living again. I'm living again. I'm living again. All this time together, I thought we'd be forever. If you just were honest quicker, all of this would have been dead and gone. And so thanks to you, I thought that I was losing my head. Thanks to you, I thought that I had drove you away. Thanks to you, I never knew we'd be here today. But thanks to me, I made it. I'm living again.
Welcome back, guys. The final leaderboard from yesterday didn't change so much. We still see the first three teams, Morocco, Egypt and Ghana, to kind of dominating in these games. But there is some new names. I mean, the winners in the second game was finally Senegal, able to get the win on the board. Second was Mauritius, third was Nigeria against really a team that was last before this second game, but they managed to go to the 9th position in the final leaderboard. About the first game, we see Algeria winning like yesterday. They was able to win the third game. Then the second was South Africa and third was the Egypt. It seems like the top three is not gonna change so much, but we still have 4 games coming in front of us. So let's see the game number 3.
Oh, exactly. Let's walk back into here. Volt and Cloud are here to bring you the action, and the halfway point is here, Cloud. And just as we heard from the studio, not too much of a change in the top three of the leaderboards, but I'm still suspecting maybe one of these teams, maybe a Ghana or a Senegal or an Ivory Coast, might be able to steal something from happening. As you can see, Morocco and Egypt, they're pretty comfortable in the top two. And now the question is, who will be that third seed? Of course, there is a chance that these teams will be overridden by the teams in the fourth to the eighth position. Because even a team like Senegal still have a good chance of making it back. But for now, I feel like the top two are almost locked in.
Yeah, I think so as well. We're almost there, almost there. With 4 more games to go. The third spot, well, look at them. Ghana, Algeria, only 1 point difference. And Mauritius, 11 points difference. One round could change it. Even 15 points difference, one round could change it. And we got 4 more rounds to go. So anything can happen there. And I think this is a surprise that we'll be looking for. It's always fun to see up until the final game, like who will get that top. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and start off our game number 3. It's happening inside a Sandhawk.
Exactly. In Sandhaken, that's a different dynamic. We've been playing 8x8 maps, and now we're finally into a 4x4. So a lot of early fights might happen, but considering the flight path, which is a very neutral south to north, a lot of these positions are open. Camp Alpha Island might be something that people go for. The main peninsula is also a place where a lot of the teams seems to be frequenting at the moment, and well, that might favor them because you look at the way that the game has been played. Moroidus have been able to play a very solid lockdown game, just staying into their compound and being a very hard team to bring out of there.
Looking forward to see if there are any early fights like what we saw the other day. So Paradise Resort is clear. The other day we saw a boot camp early fight as well. So those were the 2 spots. But this time around, look, it's going to be quite a good spread among all these teams. No early clashes. So of course the next discussion will be where will the circle go, and we'll definitely see the circle in the, and if it does go back onto the Camp Alpha Island like what we saw yesterday to San Camp Alpha, it's tough. But this time around, center around Quarry, at least a circle that allows players to have a good amount of space.
How will they be able to use the space? Because you can see there is a part in the center of the map, in the center of the ring, that is completely barren as of now. And well, teams like Ghana can make a move, like Ivory Coast can make a move. Even Senegal are not that far off. But for now, some of these teams at the very outskirts of the map might be in for a little bit of a harm, might be in for a hard game because the rotations, especially given the way that the island will be carved by the stage 1 ring, might force teams to walk into each other, but at least they'll have some time. Still a minute before the ring starts to close, and a lot of these teams are just very comfortable at packing a lot of heals, using these heals, just tanking the stage 1 ring, even tanking the stage 2 ring at times, and playing a very safe game. But some of these teams are going early and getting these vehicles, and the vehicles are going to be a very important point. And Moradius, we're speaking about their strength in locking it down from a good position, and they got in their vehicle, so they might be able to do so just now.
Yeah, what I'll be a little bit more worried is that in case this gets iffy, like now, based on this current circle, it's pretty much 100% is going to go onto the main peninsula, but in case it falls onto Painan, that will be really, really tricky. Although the chances are really, really low. As you don't know, with PUBG Mobile, the RNG just wants to mess with things. And of course, for us, it'll be fun to watch. But speaking about what's going to be fun to watch, Djibouti. Ooh, wow, they want to take this fight inside Paradise Resort. Interesting.
They smell the blood. And Isco might be aware. Will they detect Sully? It looks like the two of them have spotted each other. And now it's just a matter of holding your nerves. Sully getting a good position, but they might be sprayed down. Isco trying to find the shots and almost a knock, but that will not be the case. Now South Africa are alerted by Djibouti's presence. You can see that Isco is not alone. Backup on the western front, right where Sully was. And Isco's trying to circle around from the east, getting back to their teammates. And I think this will be it. Djibouti will probably keep blocking off South Africa from getting out of the compound. But I think that it will only be a siege. I don't believe an assault is possible given their current situation. You can see no heals. Tier 1 armor, Tier 1 helmet. That fight will not be that favorable for them.
I guess the original idea was that they want to go Paradise Resort and loot, but so happened there's another team there. But of course, if we kind of think about it, it's a common spot. And even like we saw the games yesterday, both games, teams inside Paradise Resort. So I guess it would be kind of obvious if you base on the stats and ability. So for them to really want to try their luck, okay. It was a good, but I think it would have been time better spent somewhere else. But they still have time, they still have space because the circle is still on the main peninsula, so they can go to like the small compounds or the smaller houses to really loot from there.
Exactly, and it will be a good fight. And speaking of good fights, Mauritius might have a good fight against Egypt. Right in front of them, Egypt has one car that has to go straight back and circle back into safety. But Mauritius almost getting some blood. And the following situation will not be the case. All the 44 players are still alive and well. Despite shots back and forth between the teams, nobody really out of the map just yet. We can see the Ghana are starting to make their move. Will that move be enough to put them in a good position? You can see that Mauritius and Egypt are still logged. Djibouti and South Africa are probably both still logged as well. So the situation is looking to be pretty harsh. At a stage 1 ring will fall down and will collapse onto these members. That means that South Africa, who has Djibouti on one end, might have to deal with Morocco on the other.
Wow, what on the right? Let's look at that. Itachi all the way up, altitude, and then you got another one play all the way down. That's like the whole entire line that they want to control, or maybe not really control. Like they want to loot there. But that is just huge. That's like one of the biggest spreads I've ever seen, especially at this stage of the round.
Exactly. I mean, given the way that we've seen a lot of these teams dropping early, they might think, yeah, the island is rather safe, so there wouldn't be that big of a contest to whatever happens. And they are not wrong. The spread might be risky, but giving it an educated guess will allow you to just assume the state of the game. And as you can see, the state of the game is the teams are finally walking in. Djibouti has actually left the stage for South Africa, the team that might be collapsed on by Morocco, having a late entrance to the map. And Egypt still trying to find some foothold away from Mauritius, who have the high ground. It's a very tough spot for them. And well, they might not be able to hold it together because you can see fights are continuing to happen. And now shots are coming in from Senegal. Senegal might find a few shots and they will find the first. They will even confirm a few of these knocks. And I think that this might almost be it. Only one player left alive inside of the warehouse to the right side of the players right now. Will Doctor be able to spot them? Looks like that might be the case. Will they be able to complete the kill? Djibouti last man standing, and that's it. 40 players, a clean sweep from the side of Senegal, continuing their rush from map 1, already 4 eliminations in.
And Senegal, I guess because of that previous round, looking for the chance to get into the top 3, in which they are in the running. Now, if they can continue this on, they'll be great. Starting off well in this round with 4 eliminations, that's them. But of course, they need to get more than that because we're running down the rounds. Look, Circle, it does move on to the main peninsula, so no surprises from the Circle. So I predicted by most of these teams. We still got a couple of teams on the other side of the Ruins Island, but I think they should be able to, unless gatekeeping. But speaking about gatekeeping, it's going to be Ghana spraying down the ground, and that gives information towards Algeria to like, nope, not going to go.
Yeah, and that's one of the big problems in the map here in Senhawk, is a lot of these rotations are risky. The way The terrain is carved up and down, high ground and low ground, a lot of trees. It's making the situation pretty hard. And as you can see, Nigeria trying to capitalize, but not enough for a kill. They will get their exit. Nigeria, though, still holding on to all 4 members, still holding on to the compound, and they're not that far away from the ring. It's only 170 meters.
Okay. He's all alone. I guess he's doing some scouting work, getting information. He's nowhere to be found though. He still needs to move on to the other side. Now smoke popped up. I guess he's buggy and just get away. Definitely not going to cross the bridge right in front of him because another team will be. So I guess he'll be taking the southern side into the smoke for him.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a pretty tough position now because you can see South Africa, they finally made their move, but they're still not out of harm's way if they make the rotation. Maroidas trying to find Ivory Coast. That high angle that they have is an excellent vantage point. They know where one of the teams is, and they are still encircling for the rest like a raven, trying to hunt the remnants of their prey. That's the perfect position to do that. And well, some of these teams are going to have to tank some of the blue. Late rotations are going to be okay. It's still only a stage 2 ring. So you can primarily just tank it through region and have a pretty okay feeling about it. But the way that this is going means that the teams like South Africa, who are gatekeeping the edge, the team like Maroidas, who is gatekeeping a very tough angle, will make the situation harder for the teams coming in. Like Namibia, we have to walk in. You can see that red zone is pretty low, and Bloodshot all alone in the vehicle. If there was a team there, that's a very risky move, but well, they will not be punished that harshly for it. And now you can see one of the teams that might be punished partially might actually be Morocco because they're walking in vehicles. They are doubling up, but teams might be aware of their position. You can see Itachi will definitely relay the information to Sotalude in red zone. It's a very widespread, but that means that nobody is aware of the individual positions.
I'm still kind of surprised with that widespread. If it's stage 1, stage 3, and there's still that widespread, now Bumper shoots. Egypt tries to the lower ground. Bumper should still have a good angle. He needs to reload. Reload opponents get away, but Nasser on the left. Bumper knows that he's there. He has a molly. He has a native. Means that if you got Toxin actually countering onto him. Now Bumper is the only one on top. His other teammates on the other side. And now with the nade in the hand, he will cook it up. Will be tossed onto Egypt. Will it land onto them? Clips, but no knocks yet.
But that's a big nade, though. Egypt are in a very tough spot, but Maroidas will be taken down. They have to walk away. Vortex trying to salvage the situation. It's only him and Sky that are still alive. They can hear Toxin, Mohammed Nasser, and now Disha on the board. Egypt, they are in a good position. Will they be able to spot Vortex? I think that they have spotted Bloodshot. And well, that Iron is going to go down. Raouf is going to go down. Algeria, they are bleeding members like crazy. They've just lost 2 straight to that fight. And well, they might find some sort of answer, but that will not be the case. I don't know what will happen. For the time being, Morocco are trying to clear the building. They are one of the most proficient teams in the takes. Naze might be good, but Crazy Boy, they have to hold the angle. The doors are starting to break, but the shotgun play is perfect. They've got one of the Ivorians out of the board. Now they have to clear the rest. Nade in hand, trying to cause damage, at least clearing the door of the building. But Morocco still holding strong. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, they are not getting it out 100% clean. Still losing some members in the exchange. Will they be able to clean it out? You can see the Crazy Boy will finalize that one, but there are only 3 members left in the Moroccan team. They got one, but they got traded for it, and Ivorians, they moved to the opposite end of the compound.
Ooh, not only that, there's another team on the horizon as well, and that's going to be Mauritius. Now, put out onto Egypt. Egypt so far managed to get away, but they only have 2 players, so it's a little for them to pull the trigger. Now Egypt turns around. Egypt wants to get those elimination points that in the hands of Vortex. Vortex waiting for the right moment. He shows himself. Vortex now down to 50. Alvin for the other side, and Vortex will be knocked down. Vortex taken out.
Yeah, great play from Egypt. They almost got caught there. But now they have the third elimination and they have the high ground. A lot of these teams, you can see that Nigeria and South Africa are in the blue and Egypt are gatekeeping that entire fight. No one is safe, but Nigeria will try to farm some limbs and they will get down two from there. But no, it's actually Egypt getting most of these knocks. Potato will go down. Griff from South Africa will go down to Snuffy. Skinny will finalize the life of Potato and even get a second on reverb, and I think that's almost it for South Africa. Egypt still only down to 4. Might try to get Nigeria to add to their tally, and Skinny pretty low on HP and only a single member of Marauders left on the board. Teams are starting to bleed. It's teams with 1 members left, and then the rest of them has 4. The disparity is rather big, but some of the teams at the top are finally making it to the top 8. Morocco were rather unfortunate in the first 2 maps of the day. Now they have a good position. They're in the ring, but they might be surrounded because, as you can see, Ivory to the left. And, well, that is Senegal coming to the right. The team that got the chicken dinner in the last one might make things difficult. And then if you look, that's Mauritius and even Egypt, even a little bit more to the left. So situation is not looking too good for most of these teams. It will be a matter of rotation. It looks like Morocco are aware of that, but Egypt will finally finalize that one onto Nigeria, getting Skinny out of the board, but Nigeria still have 1 player left alive, I see.
Yeah, I believe Skinny was the last one, but we'll get a double confirmation later on. As Lazy gets then eliminated just like that. Okay, what just happened there? Probably an off-angle shot. This next circle will be interesting between, but Ivory Coast will most likely get the better half of the circle. I mean, gatekeep teams from coming in on across the road. Something going to be interesting and still favor both teams. But now let's put focus on the Ghana. They are spread out as well. Southern still on the other side, so Nell cannot rush in without his.
Yeah, definitely. Ghana and Senegal. A very tough fight. And they're still waiting for Morocco to strike on Ivory Coast. It's 4 teams in close proximity. They're trying to play it out as safely as they can because you can see that Senegal are trying to get the high ground. And Ghana do not want to let them contain that compound because that will be a very big problem. The ring will finally close in on the teams, and Senegal are trying to lock down the Ghanaians there with the nades. It will not be enough, and the ring will have to force Senegal to move. It's not going to be an easy ring for the teams. It's all around the lakes. A lot of water. The islands are exposed, so that means you have to play by the sides. And, well, that is actually a big lead for Egypt, a team that wasn't in a very good position early on. Now, they might have the control, but Sky might get the kill. That's a knock. That's a confirmation, and Egypt are down the man just like that.
He was caught by surprise. He didn't know that someone would be tossed onto Sky. Sky needs to go. Sky, oh no, will he be burned down? One last tick of knockdown. Just like that, unfortunately for him. Oh, that's hard. That was hard. But now Toxin knows that someone's in front of him. He has a DBS in hand, but the name is actually surrounded. But Itachi will be knocked down. Okay, that's one corner. Now Carry Boy will start to stop their opponents. Now Carry Boy is moving in. Mariah down to Carry Boy. He really needs to carry the team now with a nade in hand. He'll cook it up. Follow to the other side, but nobody's there. Not the angle that he's looking for. He starts to move in and go barrel in hand. And Carry Boy still fighting for his life. And Carry Boy carried the team to get the win.
Exactly, keeping the team alive, keeping the dream real, putting Morocco finally in a top 5 position. Another team that is looking very good in that position here is Senegal. They're creeping their way into the top 3. Great performances by them today. But this might all come to the end because we're seeing Carry Boy taken care of by Egypt. Toxin will get 1. Senegal are now alert, but they have not confirmed the kill. Not just yet. Carry Boy and Senkai. Both are alive. Both are on the opposite ends of the lake. And you can see that these long gunfights are going to be problematic. The ring will close in and Egypt will need to make a move. They are not still in cover. They need to make use of their vehicles. Disha is in the blue. Muhammad is the only one playing behind the rock line, having a good angle on the Senegali team. It looks like the ring will once again favor Senegal. They are in a great position. That is the one compound right there.
Ooh, Solitude position compromise. Oh no. Not tough position plus he's on the outside of the circle. But look at the circle. For teams on the right who wants to, so they need to make a circle, or they need to somehow draw quarry area. The quarry area is not the best of places to navigate.
Exactly. You can see here, Ghana. If anybody paid attention, it's all high ground. It's all tough places to hold. The quarry is a very tricky ring to play. But Ghana are willing to take the gambit. They put in their card. They're looking for the other team. Spammer now being spammed. The vehicle is not in a good position. Morocco trying to find something. Senkai will get Solitude out of the server. And Egypt are still trying to hold the angle. You can see that Morocco are looking to make their move as well. The quarry ring is proving to be rather difficult. Egypt are going to rain fire down on them. And Ghana is also in a good position. Morocco, they have to make something out of it. Otherwise, they'll be the 5th team in their placing. They're walking into the open. Muhammad is raining fire. Desha will get one. They're trying to finalize the kills. And that will be it for Carry Boys. Only Senkai left. And well, Muhammad will also nail that one down. Morocco, nowhere left to go. Out in the open, left high and dry. And their fellow North Africans will reap what they sought from getting the high ground.
Oh, and the circle again soon. Let's see here what will the teams do. So far we can see it got themselves 9 elimination points already. Seems like they really want to catch up on tomorrow. Bragging rights of being the #1 team in the African qualifiers. Morocco has closed and got some teams on the outside of Quarry. Here we go. Wow, still with a compound again.
And Senegal, what kind of dice are they rolling, Cloud? They have been the luckiest team today by far. But luck will take you so far. They're the team with 4 players, but they will be encircled. You can see Ghana are trying to make something happen, but Spamma will go down to the ring. Again, another ring blunder. That might be all it takes. Spamma will go down to the play zone, will not give points to anyone but Egypt. Still holding from the high ground. Senegal have the favor of being in the ring, and you can see that almost all the other teams, they are out of ways to extract them from there, and that will be the silver lining for Ghana. Yes, we're in low ground, but none of the other teams can actually take us out of that low ground. You can see Egypt now are trying to make their move, are trying to make their push, they're trying to clear the compound, but that will not be. In Namibia will give another one to Egypt. Namibia with no eliminations, Egypt on 10. Such a great number for Egypt. Looks like that they are also coming in with the heavy for the rest of the day. Player 1 will be knocked. Nell will also go down, and that means that Egypt will farm another one. Egypt are in a great position. 11 eliminations, is down to 1-on-1 on squads, but it's a 4v3 for Egypt. They have the high ground. It's all about the next ring. 10 seconds, Cloud. Will Senegal be also lucky again, and Egypt have to go and fight them down on the low ground? That's the question for today.
Yeah, let's see when will they do that. Oh, okay, they can't wait for the next stage because the next stage will close entirely. And Muhammad knocked down by Senegal because they're on the lower ground. Even though if they want to come up, we're stopping them from moving. Shots fired onto Doctor. Doctor now down to 50% fire again to spray down, and he managed to get one beautifully done. Nice defense coming in. So now it's kind of low as well. He needs to reset himself. The DBS gameplay. And from Yuji low as well. Yuji knocked down. One more left to go. And that is where Egypt will be the one to take home the chicken dinner. And for sure, they will #1 after this.
Well, Egypt are back to the winning ways. And as he said, with that big game, a lot of eliminations for them. That means that they will definitely steal that spot from Morocco. Again, it's a different fight up there between the top 2 teams. You can see that Morocco, even when put in bad situations, just like here, they managed to do well against Ivory. Lazy Boy managed to make good work out of it despite losing both Marshmallow and eventually Lazy Boy losing their lives as well later on. Morocco manages to survive all the way until the top 5, so they make their elimination count, but they didn't have the biggest number of elimination. A lot of the other teams only played for placement, really. And that means that again, Egypt are actually left as the biggest winner of Sandhawk. Almost 14 or 15 eliminations, I assume, with the entirety of the Senegali team. 15 eliminations, first place. That is a big win for Egypt. I think with that out of the way, if Egypt gets another top 2, top 3 placement, they're definitely locked in for playoffs. They're definitely locked in for the main event in Romania.
Yeah, and probably even the bragging rights of being the number one team in Africa as they qualify into the next round. This was okay, Sky. Just look at this. They didn't know that he's there yet. A shotgun in, but the follow-up was like, okay, a molly will be enough to flush him out. And he had only got, what, 40? So the molly was on point. He didn't have enough health to tank it anyway. So it was a pretty elimination there for Sky. But he managed to trade one back. So at least he got something out of it.
Yeah, at least the team didn't go out in no eliminations. And right there, you can see like Morocco could not continue circling around with the vehicle. I feel like if they'd done that, maybe things would have been a little bit nicer for them, but no, Egypt had that angle on lockdown. Egypt had the entirety of the map on lockdown, and Ghana, this time, first map Arango was Nigeria that all fell down to the ring. This time around, it was Ghana that all fell down to the ring for some reason, giving at least only one elimination to Egypt, but as you can see, tallying things up to 15, a good spray down from Toxin, and then the rest of the team just playing it perfectly, really, dodging the shotguns and using their utility pretty well. You gotta give it to Egypt in these situations. In a full 4-on-4 or a clean fight, I feel like Egypt and Morocco are definitely cut above the rest.
And not gonna lie, there was a really good defense as well from the high ground. But they had the high ground, but they didn't have the numbers. But one, terrain. Number two is that they themselves know how someone keeps an eye and then someone else resets. Okay, it was just on point team coordination. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the first half. We have the second half to go. By the time we come back, we'll be in our final Irango map for this qualifiers. Well, stay tuned. We'll see you after this break.
On the side, I wanna travel the world with you. On the side, wherever you are, I want you. Travel the world with you. Travel the world with I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. Yeah, yeah.
Every day, I want your touch. In every way, I can't give it up. Anything, just to feel the rush. This just ain't enough. Oh, we be my ride or die. Oh, we can do this every night. Oh, yeah. Will you be my ride or die? Will you be my ride or die? We can do this every night. Will you be my ride or die? Will you be my ride or die? I can't give it up. Just to feel the rush. Oh, will you be my ride or die? Oh, we can do this every night. Oh, yeah. Will you be my ride or die? Will you be my ride or die?
We are back. Had a crazier angle where, well, it happened. We had Team Egypt getting another one, and I'm pretty excited for what's remaining because the scoreboard will definitely reflect what we have is down to a wire. Our last two maps, Cloud, and we have two teams to reach triple digits. Egypt and Morocco are definitely a cut above the rest, but the rest are not that far off.
Yeah, for the first time, Egypt overtakes Morocco, so they're number one. But of course, what's going to be important is the top three. Ghana and Algeria, 5 points difference still, and with Mauritius is 14 points, could still change 16 points difference and 18 points difference. It's still very doable. 3 games that will happen after this, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, this will be our second half of today, and we'll restart back inside of Erangel. The teams might be a little bit far off. I think like Djibouti and Namibia might be far off, but for teams like Nigeria, if they really want to go for it, go for it. It's all about their last 3 games. If they can really chicken dinner, but also get a huge amount of elimination points together with it.
Agree, but I'll be a bit more of a realistic person. I think the competition now is from Ivory Coast upwards. Like the bottom three teams, unfortunately, they need to bring out a miraculous second half of the day to even try to contest with Ghana. Like you're talking about Nigeria, they have to bring 35 points in deficit between them and the third place. So they have to make like double or triple of these games where they get like 20 something points, 30 points even. And unfortunately, just by the way that they're playing, it does seem unlikely. But, from Ivory Coast or South Africa upwards, all these teams have what it takes to maybe steal a game, maybe have a high elim game and then a high placement, make things a little bit rough for Ghana. We were expecting Algeria to keep on the form that they had from match 7, but again, it's been downhill from there. It's a single win, and then match 9 on that Senok was not looking good whatsoever. It's only 1 point, and now they have a chance to make amends, but will it be in time? It's not that far off from Ghana, but all of the other teams are on their heels now.
Yeah, but I'm keeping my eye on Senegal. They could be a nice team because look at their last two matches: 17 points, 12 points, do really well today. So if any team were to quietly get into the top, I think it would be Senegal.
Yeah, and well, I feel like it all starts with this wrangle. Whichever team outside of Egypt and Morocco manages to actually do well in this map, things might change a lot. Morocco, of course, helped by how good their first day was because today they don't seem to be on the same level of form, but they are still holding strong 30 points between them and Ghana. But well, with 3 maps to play for, if Morocco under delivered again, things might be hard. And speaking of things going under, the plane is going south, but it shall easily cover most of the eastern places. So if you're one of these odd teams that like to play Stalbar, I think that this is the drop for you. Well, the rest of these teams, they are making their move. As we can see, things are looking pretty aggressive for the teams as they are going to contest the strong points. Places like Rozok, places like School, Farm, and Pashinki are not that far off either. Even Milta and Milta Power are within reach. And Cloud, I'm assuming that with almost all these teams dropped, the military island will again be left uninhabited.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a popular spot for these teams. I totally understand why, because it's the area with the most choke points. Bridge in the right bridge, that's pretty much it. So we can see that it's not really favored by the teams. I think till now as well, like what you mentioned, it's being ignored. But a place of contention, I'm keeping my eye on to maybe Mansion and also Milta and they'll happen to go all the way left. Now we'll see this kind of circle as well yesterday, so it's not a string to these teams inside this tournament. At least they can take like yesterday kind of circle as a rehearsal for them.
Yeah, but just looking at the way that the teams have dropped, a lot of them has headed east side. So now it's gonna be a race. Who can make it to these uninhabited places? Who can make it to Quarry, for example, and try to loot it, then go up to play on the high ground in the early circle? I'm assuming that the vehicles will be a big angle of contention. But again, we're seeing some form of contest early on. Teams are not shying away. They're going for each and every elimination point that they can get early.
Ooh, okay, they want to start it hard and rough now. Looks like they might get the first split. Well, as long as it's not eliminated yet, well, there's no one else to save him, so definitely Singo will get it. It's just a matter of going up, sees his opponent, job done. First elimination will be given to Ivory Coast. No one else around to back him up.
Exactly, and well, that's it, the first blood of the day. And people are willing to play aggressive. That is a very different light of the game that what we have seen early on. This Erangel is going to be a very difficult one. You can see teams now are taking their vehicles and trying to race away from each other. But, well, the people on the northern side of the map, I think that this is going to be the good thing. Like, look at Morocco. Morocco are basically made for this one. They had the perfect drop. They made it to the island. They made it to the peninsula, and now they're holding the cross. And things are not looking good for Nigeria, who has to walk into Namibia. Now we can see Solitude. They're not actually able to land the shots, and well, Nigeria will capitalize.
I don't know. If I was Solitaire, I'll be like, I won't even pull the trigger. I'll be like, okay, there's a vehicle passing, just let it go because he's all alone. But again, for the second time around, it seems like they are very, very spread out again.
Exactly, and well, it's one of these things where some of these teams like to play spread out. A lot of the other teams like to play in a solid unit. Morocco being one of these teams of the latter. But Egypt, they are not shying away from scouting, and actually, like, Egypt scouting is pretty good. They're one of these teams that will send players forward, and it's very rare that you will see them just being exploited for being alone. They're very safe. They know how to play around the map. But now, this actually might be one of these times where I would ask you, Cloud, would you ever take the risk and just try to go through military base and then go to the south of the circle?
Mm, I think not. I think I'll take a direct approach because there's still a lot of space and we got teams. So I think that there will be good amount of space for us to get in, even without going through the military base routes. I add one more consideration to that, right? The fuel is another consideration as well. So really want to use that kind of space in your backpack to have fuel for your eco just to take that long rotation. Maybe not.
Yeah, but speaking of long angles, Egypt has one of theirs, and Nasser will get the elimination, and that's another kill. Egypt will get another solid opening, and well, that's their scouting just working out perfectly. Ghana caught off guard. Hands down is player one, and now the rest of Egypt are walking in, and Nasser no here in this man, just walking all the way up, trying to spot from the cargo boxes, and now has to tuck tail, run away to the rest of their teams. And Egypt, they've made considerable ground just with that one kill from Nasser.
Ooh, but okay, one end to the other now. Oh, the rest of Egypt is here. Oh no, do they know that Nell is there? I wonder.
Yeah,
Asia?
they're taking high ground. I think that
Hawks?
they know.
Oh, okay. If they know, he's pretty much locked in then.
Yeah, the question will be, will they be able to deal with reinforcements? Because then it's a game of who's gonna out reinforce the other. Who's gonna be the last man to come in? Because Egypt now, as an entirety, have moved in. Nell is locked inside of the warehouse. At least they have some util to try to make the fight hard. But I certainly doubt the Ghana will be able to save Nell. And that does not look to be the case. Feed me might actually capitalize. They can hear the vehicles, and Feed Me are trying to hide. And I think, well, the vehicles will not notice the open door. In Ghana, they might be in luck. They might actually be able to outflank Egypt if Egypt decide to stick around.
Well, anyway, if whatever happens to them, they will still be at top three, right? Honestly, if I'm Egypt right now, I wouldn't be too worried about what happens in this round. It's more like, okay, just want to have fun. I wouldn't be too surprised as well if Egypt just decides to like just go around finding elimination points just because they can. And with type of like with them and Algeria, it's like a 44-point gap now. I don't think they'll be too worried, and they can just have a lot of fun this time.
Exactly, and well, I feel like some of these teams, they might have the chip off of their shoulders, like you're talking about some of the teams that were down below. Now they're just much more, like, I would say, how would I put it, blunt in their approach. The chip is off their shoulder. The risk averse play style of, oh, we don't want to give points. We don't want to be behind. You're already behind. There's nothing else that you can go from there. And you can see it in teams like Nigeria, teams like Djibouti. They are trying to take their fights. In South Africa, one of these teams that are still within the range of maybe making it to the qualification, that they sneak a good game or two. But you can see that, well, they're trying to save their teammates. Oroidus have a good angle. Sully has moved in, but Sully has taken a considerable chunk of damage. Paradox have a great angle. Will they be able to make work with it? Hades is there. They're trying to take the fight. The cars will be the ones to fall down. Nigeria will take the win over Djibouti. And well, South Africa as well is in that engagement. But at the end of the day, I think the winners are still Moratus. South Africa are trying to salvage something, but it looks very unlikely from here.
That's still Konyas. I only one first aid left for Sky. Not in a good position, and still has like what 1,000 over meters, and still being gate capped by other teams. And he may not be able to survive this.
Yeah, I don't think that, well, surviving is gonna be the case. It's not just about surviving, it's getting the best out of that situation. Every NM point counts. And even these teams that are fully in the blow know that. They know that they have the vehicles. They might get one or two more limbs, just the ones that we're seeing right here, right now. That is definitely a situation you want to be in. You want to get every elimination. And Ivory Coast, they're only down to a 2-man squad. Moving through to the bike. East of Pushenki are just gonna avoid the main complex. Getting straight to the circle. A circle that is gate capped here. From Nigeria by Killer from Djibouti with some healing. And well, it's only a stage 2 ring. So it isn't that harmful. And now it's being restricted. And well, Djibouti, they might actually need to make a move now because Nigeria are starting to bleed out. You can see even Nambia. Goat is out to the play zone. And a lot of these teams are not willing to give points to other. They're not fighting because they know that, well, if we're not going to take the points, nobody else is going to take it.
Yeah, I guess it's not that harmful if you got a good amount of healing utility. Last we saw Kilwa, he does not have any first aids. And we don't know how many bats, but normally that's not that much. So with the amount of utility that he has, I'm kind of worried the fact that he's still on the blue stage 2 and about 2,000 away from the circle.
Exactly. We'll just need to see what happens because, in comparison to these teams, you can see Ivory Coast in the circle. Things are looking rather safe. Meanwhile, Nigeria are just still locked out. Nowhere to go for Nigeria. They have to throw smokes, but well, it's not it. Isco will get one more elimination point, but Nigeria will up their number to 4 as well. That's Kilwa out. That's Djibouti. Almost out of that one, in South Africa will finally get to the ring. They have some healing, but they need to get to a good position because you can see Moroides are straight under their tail with vehicles. They are continuing to move, but will that hill that they've taken be enough?
Ooh, okay. This hill should be okay for since it's by the edge of the circle. And we're still at stage 2, so I think they have enough space on the minimap. We don't see any other teams challenging them for now. I think it will be alright. If a team were to challenge them, it would just come from behind. Because normally, like, if you're in circle, stage 2, that kind of position is not a position that is going to be worth you to take the fight with.
Exactly, and well, things they have to make do for some of these teams, especially with how little of resources that they have. You can see Egypt is one of the teams that don't have that big of an limb count, but they certainly have the space and the resources to capitalize upon it. Will they be able to rake into the advantages that they've got? And meanwhile, it's another North African clash. You can see Algeria are chasing the Moroccan players in the vehicle, but Marshmallow will get out. 11 teams still in play, 30 players in the stage 2 ring, and it's just a matter of time before the stage 3 ring lock down, and these players will have to change their approach. You can see that Egypt now are taking some fire from Algeria. They're gonna head straight to the pit. And well, it's not a bad position for them, but will they be able to make any capitalization out of it? Because they're all stuck in there. They've left the angle. They're playing inside of the ring, but they need to clear their right because their right is going to be a hard angle to play.
Oh, the circle just below of the guy content. There are a couple of compounds there, so I think that teams will be interested to try to grab those compounds. But if there's already a team, then we may see a challenge happening. Now, for example, like Egypt, they are scouting. They saw that compound. What are the compounds that I mentioned that's kind of valuable? So if they find that it's going to be worthwhile, they might go in for it.
Exactly. They might go for it. But will they be able to make something out of going in for it? Because you can see there in that house is a team that has been today's Cinderella story, Senegal. They've done great work. They're one of the teams that we're touting to maybe be the dark horse and steal that third slots. Will they be able to do it? Because you can see Moroides here. Only one player left alive. That's Hayes, but Hayes has taken the mother of all high grounds, if you are going to call it that way, on top of the mountain. It's a very hard angle for people to play. And speaking of hard to play, Algeria's position is not easy either. Feels like none of these teams are really comfortable where they are. Maybe I would say, to the exception of Senegal, everybody else is not in an easy position.
Yeah, they somehow still have the circle with the compound, so they're looking good so far. Their strat, whatever they deploy, is bringing them the points. So I guess if it's not broken, you don't fix it, right? Looks like the next circle will close soon. And we still got a couple of players on the outside. Some of them already in the inside. And we also have Namibia on the bottom high grounds, like what you said. But there's another player on the high ground, on the top of like he left that area. So Namibia should be clear to overtake that. There's a likelihood that the circle will move away. So it's more of like them planning for the next.
Yeah, well, they need to make a plan because the ring is closing in. What will they do? You can see Maroidas are trying to dodge the players from Morocco that are there. Maybe even pull the South Africans. Will Morocco have the calm and cool to know that they don't need to make a push because they actually aren't in that good of a spot, especially somebody like Marshmello. You can see Algeria to their right, Senegal, or rather Ivory Coast to their left. Senegal are all the way to the right outside the ring. Speaking of which, Ivory Coast are close to the Algerians and to the Ghanaians. Not a good fight for a lot of these teams. They have to be very conservative about what they expend. Every nade, every smoke, every med kit can be the difference between you surviving in stage 5 or just laying rest down here as one of the top 10 teams. Speaking of which, Morocco will strike. One of the teams that are the cleanest when it comes to that kind of play. They managed to steal the kill. They managed to secure that elimination. Well, Ivory Coast now, they have to lock down the house, but against Morocco, it looks like a tall order.
Yeah, for the sake of bragging rights, Morocco would definitely want to take back that #1 spot. Been taken by Egypt. So they're starting right now with this elimination. They're probably looking for more. That's why we can see Lazy Boy is prepping up the nade, tossing into the compound. And will that need left far no knocks yet, but he is going in for the flank. So right now we can see that one member of Coast is not moving at all. Probably just hoping for more information. Maybe he can't hear the footsteps from there.
Maybe, but they'll need to make something with it because as you can see, the teams are starting to close in. There is no time for error on the map in red zone with the 2 SMG setup. Trying to play for the long range angle, but Griff will be brought down. Morocco are now playing the role that Egypt played in the Sandhawk, farming kills, but so will South Africa. That's it. Maroidas are out. 9 teams are left in this matchup. And the entirety of the top 5 were belonging to this matchup. And now Maroidas out means only the top 4 are there. 5 other teams trying to contest. One of them is this Ghana trying to get the ground, but you can see that South Africa are being rained upon by Morocco up to 2 elimination points. And maybe they'll find more, but most of these kills from Morocco has actually been very long range and very slow and calculated play.
Yeah, I mean, Morocco, they are focusing onto that, and I think it's okay for them to really try something different because so far, been playing like more close quarters combat, but this time could be a little bit different as Lazy Boy is moving. Lazy Boy, does he want to take the fight? Okay, he has his other teammates spreading out, so they are on the... So they can actually close in onto Ghana. And now Ghana is surrounded by Morocco.
Well, it's not looking good. Morocco are going to find another one. Morocco are cleaning teams left, right, and center. They're scoring the entirety of the board. You can see 8 teams are left, but none of these 8 teams are in a good position. And Lazy Boy now trying to hide, trying to heal up a little bit with these painkillers. Because as you can see, Egypt are not that far off either. Egypt don't have that bad of a position. They have vehicles as well. But Ghana and Morocco are the 2 teams that will fight. You can see, just speaking of Egypt, speaking of the devil, they have the smoke to cover for themselves. And Morocco have not that bad of an angle, but Egypt also have to worry about Algeria. It's a very complicated ring for these 4 teams. Algeria actually might be the safest one out of all of them just because of how unnoticed they've gone. You can see Lazy Boy and Carry Boy trying to move, leaving the high ground to Ghana, a high ground that they will eventually have to concede just to get back to the ring. Shots are coming in, but it's Egypt, Algeria, and now finally Morocco putting their stamp inside of the map.
Oh, look at this. Algeria has a compound. It was so good. The best position possible at this point. They'll be looking forward to getting a number 3 spot at least. So looking good so far in terms of their rotations and their checkpoint, but the crash might come in. Carry Boy's at the forefront. Carry Boy will be knocked down, but the carry has arrived as Senke will save the day.
Well, that's great. Great work from them. But now Morocco, they have to stay alive. They're down a man, and they have 1 knockdown. South Africa are trying to make a move. 5 seconds for that res. And I think Morocco will not be pressured. You can see Marshmello is trying to make some space on the opposite end. It's a very hard push, but Marshmello will actually get one with a nade. That means that there is space for Morocco to play with. But Sully, still holding that angle. The smoke is giving them some solace, but it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time before they have to fight. At least they'll be healed while doing so. Chemo will take down Nasser, so Algeria are trying to find their kills. South Africa still trying to find something to smoke, but to no avail. Things are looking harsh on the entirety of the scoreboard. But as you said, Algeria, they have the compound, they have the lead, and they might be the ones to take a win to finally put themselves back in the top 3.
Not too far away from Ghana as well in terms of overall points. So it's very possible for this time. But they also need to find a couple of elimination points. Now we are down to the top 7 teams. They start wrecking the placement points as well. So as long as they can survive, it'll be good. But of course, they will want more points. We can see the movement here from Algeria too. The outside Morocco goes in onto the circle. But they're on the other side of the road. They park themselves there. Probably they want to get a couple of elimination points as they see South Africa long range shot beautifully done.
Yeah, but look at that. Look at Algeria. Algeria are doing great work. Egypt as well. They're taking a very big trade. Muhammad is gonna take a 1, and Toxin are gonna take 2. I think that's Ghana almost out, but Algeria are trying to capitalize. Meanwhile, on our screen here, Morocco are trying to finalize South Africa. Potato is out. It's all down to Sully. Nades are raining in Senkai. Looks like that they will eventually run out of this, but they still have the Molotovs. Sully not in the best of positions, neither is Senkai, waiting for the heal, but that will be it. Marshmallow will take down Sully, down to the final 5. Algeria are definitely the team in the lead. They will try to take that elimination point, but that will not be the case. It's already Egypt, who has the compound, trying to play for the safety. You can see now the table have turned on Algeria. They are the one in the farmland, trying to use the vegetation for cover. Egypt has this compound, trying to move back to Q1 Iron, but it's not looking good. Red Zone is a sole remaining player, and the ring will actually favor Algeria. This time around, the chance is there. It's their ball to lose. It's their map to win.
Wow, they just need to defend that compound, and pretty much dinner could be theirs. But now focusing on to Egypt, the Nades will be tossed on to the other side. Ghana now, if Ghana could be eliminated, Algeria will be happy with that, as they have opportunity of overtaking Ghana to the top 3.
Exactly, well, Ghana. That's a very rough spot for them. Algeria still alive and well. All 4 members in the compound. Egypt has to make a move, and they cannot stay in the open. They cannot play on the edge of that very open circle. They need to take a fight, and they will emerge victorious. That's the last player out. 4 teams left to play. Egypt now are going for Morocco. Will they be able to take it? That's going to be a big question. 3 for Morocco, a solo player there in the name of Red Zone, keeping their team on the map, keeping their team present. Morocco trying to scout Senkai. Is the safe member for the team. Red Zone, will they be spotted? Marshmallow has made the move. Have they spotted the remaining players? It does not look to be the case. Marshmallow is taking the car to cover, trying to hide away from Algeria, but the problem is Red Zone is still there. Red Zone might find Senkai, might find the rest of the table unprepared, unaware, but stage 6 is a very tough ring for everyone except for Algeria so far, and Carryboy will actually get that one. Now we're down to 3. The top 3, or well, what were the top 3? We have a North African clash, Egypt, Morocco, and Algeria. All of them are vowing for control. 11 players left. Algeria are in the driver's seat. Will they be able to finalize? Is it their time to get their chicken dinner tonight?
Right now seems to be unchallenged. Does not seem like Morocco will crack the compound anytime soon, because they're still spread out. And Egypt on the other side, not really interested as well. But at some point they need to move, because yeah, I mean, we're down to the last few moments of the game. And our top 3 teams happen to be the top 4, overall top 5, or in the overall charts basically.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now, which of these teams will emerge victorious is a very tough ring for everyone. Stage 6 has made this game on the wire. Egypt are trying to lock down Carryboy, but I'm pretty sure Algeria are waiting for a mistake as well. It's a matter of who will find that killer shot. Could it be Morocco? They have the angle. They might get the knock. Smoke is there to cover, and the roof will prevent Senkai from finalizing that one. Still everyone waiting. Egypt, though, probably in the toughest position out of these teams.
What do you see at the circle? So I guess they still hold on to it, hoping for Morocco to make the first move. So Morocco makes the first move onto Algeria, then we may see Egypt coming in. So this is what happens if you have 3 teams left, right? Whoever makes the last move normally wins. So everyone else is just waiting for like, okay, who's going to make the first
Algeria,
move? But
bro.
Algeria start to circle, so down to Egypt and Morocco to move first.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, at first it was Senegal, now it's Algeria. This is their map to lose. Egypt, they've won a map like this from Senegal. Will they be able to do it from Algeria? That's the big question. As you can see, Morocco moving to the north. Now Algeria might be in a bit of a trouble. 6 players trying to take the move, and actually Egypt are trying to sneak these eliminations. Nasser will find that one. So it is good that they have halted Morocco, but maybe at least for the time being, the long-term good has to be taking Algeria out of the equation. And that is what Egypt are trying to do. Egypt are trying to play by the smoke line, getting through the Algerian defense, getting through the sidelines. They got to the building, but will Algeria be able to capitalize? Nade in hand, nades for either party. That might be it for Egypt. That nade might be a slam dunk, but no. That will not be the case. All 4 Egyptians are remaining alive. Iron trying to find something. Nate will take down Nasser. Now, Algeria might capitalize on this one. It's a very good position. Disha's just waiting for Iron. They are right around the corner, trying to play for control. Iron down to 1 point of health. Will that nade be it? I think that nade is a slam dunk. Disha is out, but no. Disha manages to survive. Moving to the opposite side, and Egypt are still alive in that one. Egypt and Algeria in a very tough fight. Morocco might as well try to find an angle to capitalize and farm. Egypt will take the first knock. Will Egypt be able to finalize the nade to try to do so? Egypt trying to make the best out of this situation. They managed to get one of the knocks. 7 to Egypt to the top 3, and Algeria, they might as well be stomped out, but they will not go out without a fight, knocking down Nasser here.
Oh, looks like Morocco has arrived as well on the other building, but they don't have the manpower though. So 3 teams all in the same compound. Morocco on the left, we got Algeria in the middle, and we got Egypt on the right. Everyone wants to dominate their own area as Egypt, one of them been taken out. So right now, Morocco made another point in the bag, but it's only 3 points so far for Algeria. But with the points collected, it's very likely they're now back in the top 3.
Exactly. Well, they've collected a fair bit of points, but that doesn't mean that the match is over. It isn't over until we see the chicken dinner coming in. Egypt still has 3 members. It's very doable for everyone. 8 players between 3 teams. And well, I wouldn't envy any of these players. All to play for. We've seen a lot of pride between these 3 countries, between these 3 nations. And the winner there might take the regional pride helm, and the ring is not easy on anyone. A lot of these players have to play around the roofs. You can see Marshmallow spotting the Algerian player right there. Will they be able to take down Raouf? That is the big question. Raouf trying to take that position. Marshmallow slowly but surely healing up. Spotting Raouf trying to take the pot shot, but no, Raouf crosses to safety. And now Egypt are the one in harm's way. Them and Algeria are exchanging the fire, and oh my, what a love triangle this is being.
Oh, Raul goes down. Raul's one. Raul pulls the trigger. Can't seem to connect those shots. Not really clear for him, but finally he does. And Raul wins the fight. But then again, his teammate's not going to be able to be picked off. It's now the last man that's currently still active for his team. Algeria now, if they get to this because of Raul, but Raul now shot at, closes the door, resets his health.
Yeah, but their teammates are down. That's movement out of the round, and Morocco are actually the ones feasting. Egypt has 2 down. Egypt has to try to reset quickly before Morocco strikes. And Marshmallow has a great angle. We'll take Deisha out of that one. Egypt now are down to 2. It's a 2-on-2 between the 2 teams. They have to get back. They have to get healed. The ring will slowly slow down, but Marshmallow will just find the Kobe. And that's it. Morocco back to winning ways. Getting back their first place and eventually getting their victory here on this round in Orango.
That was a huge nade there towards the end. One nade to rule them all, they say, and get the chicken beautifully done. And because of that, there's a possibility that Morocco claim their #1 spot. Basically, the bragging rights for this qualifiers. And performance shown by Algeria in the previous round, I think they would have taken back that 3 spot from Ghana, so Ghana might slide down. With the last 2 games, oh, it's really, really tight on who's going to get qualified onto the finals.
Well, I mean, from what we're seeing, actually, Cloud, I think like this is the kind of drama that you would expect out of a qualifier in PUBG. It's a very hard game. Algeria getting their winning ways back, maybe trying to steal the spot of Ghana, but still, like at the end of the day, seems like Egypt and Morocco are immovable from the top 2 spots. They've been doing valiant work. I think with that, if they have a good map next one, like if they just make it to the top 6, they might be locked in to making it. They might already be locked in, because to be honest, I think that they have good elimination scores. So we have 2 teams that have definitely made it to the top. The question is, who would it be? Ghana are slightly stunted. Teams like South Africa, teams like Djibouti, teams like Mauritius are all trying to find that fight to maybe steal their thunder. Senegal, not a bad game, but definitely lost their luster that they had in the first half of the day.
Well, this was a good fight here by Ralph in the line. Yeah, just look at the back and forth. It was just that unfortunate. After this, he was shot down, and that was pretty much it for Algeria. A 3rd place finish for
Look
them,
at
but
that
it wasn't bad. But this nade, yeah, this was beautiful. Yeah, this was what gave Egypt that chicken dinner. Clip that moment, ladies and gentlemen, because that's an exciting one. But you know what's exciting? It's going to be our last 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go to our last 2 games, we gotta take a breather. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you after this break.
Never felt so alive in my life, 'cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? I've never felt so alive in my life, 'cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. don't really miss you. And I don't even care about you. And I don't even want you. But I wrote a song about you. About you. About you.
perfect, but I know what my worth is, more than you're giving. What goes up comes back down, what goes out comes around. You're so dumb and reckless, you already reckless. What goes up comes back down, and your day will come around. I don't wanna fix this, you already wrecked this. Forgot.
Welcome back, guys. After the third and fourth game, nothing really changes in the final scoreline. I mean, the first three teams are still here, the Morocco, Egypt and Ghana into the top three. We saw that from the third match from yesterday. There is also the scoreboard, as you can see. It will be pretty tough for Ghana to defend the third spot because Algeria is very close to them, and also Martinius can be able to take the third spot. We still have two games coming in front of us. We discussed in our production that the Morocco and Egypt should be able to qualify from these two spots if they don't kind of choke these last two games. But yeah, the third spot, it will be very interesting to watch. But the game number 5 is ready, so let's get into it.
Well, the game is ready and we will be on. You know, Cloud, this is it. Like, this is the last Miramar, the last Sandhawk as well. And just as we've said, like, this is almost the final hour for a lot of these teams. Egypt and Morocco are definitely almost a lock with that big of a difference. Algeria, though, and Mauritius, and even Senegal and South Africa, you can see like that collection from third to seventh. They're all still definitely within the playing field if they get two good maps. Because you can see Algeria, they made it all the way to the top three, but only got 8 points. Meanwhile, Egypt got 14, Morocco got 24. And that's the thing about Morocco. Sometimes they get these insane wins with huge scorelines.
Well, the one that I'm still surprised is that Ghana and Algeria is not swapping places yet. Man, 3 points difference. They're really down to the wire now. And I think it will go down to the last game that will determine who will get the spot into the finals. But for the number 1, number 2 spot, well, it's more of like rice who will be on top of each other by the end of the day.
Exactly. And, you know, just as they say in Morocco, this was a wide game. You know, this was a great game from the boys. The boys delivered great performance on Arango, but now Miramar is a very different beast. We've seen the players get stuck in rotations, and you know, some of these unconventional rings and the placements and the fly paths does add to RNG element. But that's the good thing about PUBG Mobile is that it basically forces you to be quick on your feet. You need to think on the fly. You need to make quick decisions. And honestly, it's lending itself to these top 5 or top 6 teams. Like, I feel South Africa are rather static. They're always the team that prefers to play late, prefers to play passive. Meanwhile, the rest, like from Morocco all the way to Senegal, they are not scared to sometimes play aggressive, and they sometimes will consider the benefit to playing passive, but they are not really a one-trick pony when it comes to their style.
Yeah, so with 2 games to go, say an average, right? You will get like 40 points in 2 games. If you get the best, not an average, but the best, right? Like Chicken Dinner and also 10 elimination points, so like 40 points. But I have to also consider that's how the teams will also gather points. I have a feeling that it's really down to Ghana or Algeria. Mauritius, Senegal, South Africa, if surprise were to come, it has to be disastrous for Ghana and Algeria, either one of them, maybe even both.
I mean, you never know. And that's the thing. Just as Joshua said, it's only Morocco and Egypt that are almost a lock for this one. So we will just have to wait and see what happens. I'm not expecting Algeria to drop the ball. If Algeria, all they need to do is just continue giving these kind of performances. You play very static. You play the way that they play. Sometimes they take control. Sometimes they find the picks. And on Miramar, you know, we've discussed that very little vegetation. And the way that Algeria plays, I think Miramar lends itself to it pretty well.
Hmm. Yeah, but performance, right? So, okay, so here's where we do a little bit of prediction. Based on performance, who do
Mhm.
you think will get the number 3 spot?
Well, based on performance, to be honest, I'm expecting a North African trifecta. I'm expecting Algeria to smash it in this one, to have a good performance in Sanahawk. It will be close, but I'm expecting Algeria to make it past Ghana.
All right, so that's your prediction. No surprises? No one from, let's say, Senegal or South Africa? Any surprises?
I mean, I feel like Senegal might actually ruin the day for some of the teams. Ghana are definitely in a good spot as well. But we've seen Ghana biggest outliers, that one win that they managed to get. The same thing as Senegal. They get these wins, but they need to have more consistency. And this is where I'll put my money on Algeria over Ghana or Senegal. Algeria has been much more consistent in the way that they play and the way that they place their methodology to the game has been much more consistent. And well, this actually might aid them right here because as you can see, the flight path is going to be a little bit more favored towards the east. And now the places that we haven't seen too much action on in the first one will be having a lot more action in the second goal of Miramar.
Well, so far, I guess we're in a lot of southern side circles around the areas of Chumasera, the high grounds, or even outside of Los Lunas. I guess that's been a common spot. Of course, we've only 3 Miramas in this tournament, but that seems to be the trend. But because already 2 circles down there, come on, I think we'll get something else.
I mean, I hope that will be the case because, well, looks like that there is a slight pause in the current state of the matchup. So hopefully it's not that big of an issue. Hopefully it's just a quick player disconnect, a quick reset. But I was excited to see what's going to happen in this one because in the last Miramar, we actually had a lot of early fights. And even on Erangel, a map that you don't expect early fights on, we've had teams like Egypt, like Ivory Coast, like Ghana, like Senegal, not shying away from these engagements. And I was looking forward to that, but I guess we'll just have to take a quick detour.
So it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a remake here, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be back very soon into the game. But the flight path, well, we might expect a different flight path. We didn't get to see the circle how it is, so can't really see a trend or can't really get a prediction out of that based on that round. So that's okay. But circles are fairly random anyway. Sometimes when we ask ourselves like, okay, what kind of circle would it be this time? Well, it's just more of us hoping for a particular circle that we like, but in general, it's actually pretty random. So there's no pattern to it.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about this. That some teams do find some method in the middle of this madness of the random ring, the random flight path. They manage to adapt. And it's all about the depth of your playbook. Because if you're one of these teams that only know how to land in one or two spots, if these two spots aren't available, if like one of them is hotly contested and the other one is out of your reach, then what can you do? And that's the great thing about the teams that are actually adaptable, the teams that can play in 5 or 6 different places, that can adapt to a ring being far away or a ring being right underneath you. And well, some of these teams are able to do that, some of them not to the same extent. So we'll see what happens. Miramar, again, a map with a big value on holding the high ground. So I expect Algeria to do great here, but maybe we'll see Morocco have very clean takes too. I feel like Morocco might just ruin everybody's day. That's the problem because if Morocco walks in early into a Senegal or an Algeria or a Ghana, like Morocco will not shy away from taking a clean 44 if they know that there's no third party.
Yeah, I guess right now the storyline is between the two, right? Like who will be the champion and having the bragging rights of this qualifiers doesn't really matter because it is the top 3 that we're looking for. But yeah, it's more bragging rights, and we'll get the final spot, the third spot. Would it be Ghana? Would it be Algeria? Or would it be another team that just surprises all of us? Let's head on to the game, with ladies and gentlemen. Without ado, it's going to be Mirama.
And Miramar coming in, it's a very different flight path. As you can see, it's a western one. Feels like it's drawing a perpendicular line with the one that we have. The ending spot is the starting spot of the one of the previous lobby. So this is going to be a very different approach to the way that the game goes. Il Pozo might actually be a hotspot as we're seeing teams starting to drop early. And well, just like Erangel, feel like a lot of these teams will rather shy away from the island to just take their glide. Maybe go to San Martin, maybe go to the graveyard, maybe even go as far as something like Impala. All of these are options that are available, but looks like some of these teams, they just know that they are good in these angles. And you can see Algeria already domineering over El Pozo.
Early fights? Nah, no, because we can see that the other team, Mauritius goes up north, so no early yet. Even like the previous Miramar as well, we didn't see an early fight clash. But keep your eye on Picado. I noticed that two teams are flying towards there, and it's not the first time we see a Picado fight, so it could happen. Los Leones, it's a big town, so even if you have two teams, that's absolutely fine. The most that I've seen is like three teams since I lost illness, and it's still okay. But for Picado, two teams, it's just too much.
Yeah, and well, looks like that again. We've seen that same standoff, and we still have seen Senegal do good work. Will they be able to continue that input? Because I feel like Ivory Coast, they actually don't want the smoke. They know that they need to get to a good placement. Well, everybody in this lobby, maybe outside of Egypt and Morocco, are necessitated on a very good Miramar performance. And Ivory Coast are probably going to play super passive. You can see that they're just taking their important loot. And they might as well just leave when push comes to shove. And speaking of pushing people around, that would be Nigeria and South Africa pushing each other out of here as well. So a lot of contested zones. And I feel like under pressure, teams might make not really irrational, but I would say reckless decisions. It's like an all or nothing. It's a gambit that they need to play for.
Wow, interestingly, the first clash is out of Impala, and now Snuffy will go down. Not out, but Roach will go down as well. So that's going to be the first blood. Roach will get away to South Africa. Now they're looking for more though, but the rest of them, they're on the ground. So it's kind of far away. So I guess they'll need information before they really find them. If not, they could face up against a fight at the high ground versus low ground. Again, similar circle down south. This is like the third time with this kind of circle in Miramar.
Well, I feel like Africa, just like going down south. And that's down to the wire we go. South Africa getting 2 early elimination points, stunting Nigeria super hard. Meanwhile, the fight that we expected to be the initial one is the one that we're seeing people being super slow and calculated about. A good thing for Ivory Coast that they've gotten the vehicle they can afford. Take a step away and maybe, just maybe, take another look, have another angle as they go to the other compound to find more loot. And speaking of loot, you can see that the northeast is fully clear. Of course, as normal, is the opposite end to where the circle is. But the worrying thing about this is you can see that there are already too many teams in the play circle. And a lot of these circles actually wasted. Like most of it is in the island that people are not willing to go towards.
Yeah, I guess it's because of their in drop spot, but if we were to see like teams going to wherever they want to go within it could be stage 2 onwards. But I foresee that the high grounds just below Ochumasera again an area of contest because it's a prime position to be there. And it's great to be in the high ground anyway, especially if you're in Miramar. But speaking about Teshin, looks like a fight happening inside of Picado, and we just got an elimination in spare. So it looks like it's going to be Ivory Coast here, locked in this area. So here we go to fight, 3v4 now.
Yes, with Ivory Coast, as you can see, Giro has the high ground, and the rest of the team of Senegal are trying to rout them out, but that stairs angle is super dangerous to cross. In the FB, also holding that angle is a very awkward situation for the two teams. Especially looking at Senegal, who are not able to use nades to clear them out. So it doesn't look to be that good of a fight. At least some nades there for Samurai. But they need to be utilized. It's only 2 nades. And you need to clear them out because it feels like Senegal are locked in. You can see they're all boxed in the bottom floor. They're down to the ground. They don't have the upper angle. They don't have anything in this one. They're trying to look for something. And Samurai there might be on a good flank.
Oh yeah, we can see the flag. He has vision. Just waiting for his opponents to peek out, and probably he'll take that first shot. You can see here, there are only 2 teams still on the outside of the circle. The rest of them, well, northern side at least. But the rest of them, we got the other 2 teams inside the areas of just below of Impala, Puerto Praiso. But it shouldn't be a problem for into the circle. It does look like there's a lot of open space, or there are not many teams right in front of them, so you get easy access. And for the fight inside Picado, because it's still within the circle, as it's pretty much going to be a Mexican standoff until the circle shifts away. But maybe I spoke soon. And start of fight's going to happen. They're starting to go in. It's going to be Senegal at the forefront. Samurai goes into the building, finds a different angle instead.
Yeah, and tribal war will ensue. The team from the Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal, they're taking the fight. Shots are coming in back and forth. It's gonna be hard because the player in the high ground is gonna make a problem. As Samurai will at least take one before going down. Yugu will be brought down to their knees. Everybody's down to their knees. Ivory Coast, the players are out of ammo. Yaffe has to reload, but they will be brought down. It's down to a 1v1. Kiro has the high ground. Doctor will walk up, will be exposed, but Kiro will not be able to take the shot in time, having to go down, having to jump into that angle. The fight will not be easy, as the 2 players will go in to rest their teammates to have the numbers advantage. But as you can see, Senegal are going to be first to head to that number power point. Will they be able to make work out of it? You can see that they're also healing. So again, the fight will slow down. The fight will resume, but it will resume as a 3v3.
Okay, so here we go. Looks like in for the siege as Yuji sees his opponent. He has the DBS in hand. With this close quarters combat, a DBS would be great. And all 3 of them dead. The nade from the side. 1 knockdown, 2 knockdowns. And Yuji Boy just need to go away with the DBS to get up. Yuji Boy can't connect the shot and finally hit the Senegal. The King Kano.
Yeah, very big win there for Senegal. Clearly needed both the points and the space to make the movement easier for themselves. Speaking of space, you can see that there's very little between our top 2 teams. Egypt and Morocco are neck and neck, trying to get that upper ground. Same with Ghana here. You can see Spama trying to take an angle. Player 1 is there as well. It's going to be a lot of contest towards these mountains. The importance of that high ground cannot be understated. And you can see Egypt are actually spreading themselves pretty wide. They've given themselves the convenience of maybe trying to have some backup. But look at the rank. It's going to be the western side of Los Leones. And that bit of mountainside that we're seeing Ghana hold, this is going to be paramount for any play in the following stages.
Yeah, the high ground just below of Chumasera, always the key position. And now we got teams actually wanting to contest it. So might see that fight up on the high ground. That might be interesting here, despite it's still quite a piece of the circle. But because of how valuable that high ground is, yeah. But there is still a possibility that the circle will go down onto the lower ground. But then again, it's better to start from the high ground to go down rather than from down, and in case the circle goes up and you have to go up to the high ground, launch another team from there.
Yeah, and what will they do? That's a big question, because as I said, the other teams will be a big problem. Egypt might take Algeria out of this one, but Toxin taking out pretty low. They need to make a run for the hills. They need to make a run for the valley before the valley has the smell of death. Muhammad as well, making their move. They know that they don't want to be exposed. Algeria has a very strong position here, but Egypt has their number. Which one of these 2 teams will be able to garner the lead? You can see that there, Kimo has a good read on Muhammad, but there's another player on the left side. Algeria has 2 of their players on the low ground. So does Egypt. Egypt has 2 of their players very far away. And the scouting system has actually worked for them. None of these players are brought down. But Egypt will have a very late rotation. As you can see, 2 players still in the blue, all the way down far in the west. And Ghana, my farm players, that's going to be a
Ooh.
great knock. That's actually an important point for Ghana. They need to finalize these kills. They need to put themselves on the map before Nell goes down, because the fire is too much. They're caught inside the compound again. And Ghana needs to fight Djibouti out of this one.
Yeah, beautiful tap with the M16 there. But unfortunately, they killed the elimination point just yet. Now, Ghana might have this opportunity. Now, Ghana, because Nell goes away. Nell, he's all alone in this compound. Backup is arriving. Nell needs to defend his area, but Nell, unfortunately, will be knocked down. And now his rest of his teammates will need him and support him. Walter, 1v1, goes in for the fight. Sprays, Nutshot going up against an M249. M249, not enough to take anyone down. Just said Walter, 100% health, and Walter wins the fight still.
Yeah, that's great, but Djibouti needs to keep their numbers together. There's one last player, and that will be it. Djibouti has one final player coming in with a car. Will they be able to hold it? Will they be able to win that fight? Djibouti, the backup is coming in. It's one final player for Ghana to hold it all together for the team. They know that the other 2 are indoors. They try to take the fight. Ghana now, they are in the blue. The players are compelled to push, and Ghana will take that first knock. Second one to come in, but no, from the heavens. They will jump and stomp them to the ground. And that will be Djibouti taking Ghana out of the equation. That's our 3rd place team, ladies and gentlemen. And they will be no more 10th place in Miramar.
Oh, okay. And with Algeria still alive, they'll be happy to see the elimination feeling that Ghana has been eliminated. This will be their opportunity to truly take Ghana in the top 3. Now it's all up to Algeria, and so far the last we saw Algeria, they were full squad.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of full squads, we have South Africa there with the vehicles getting themselves comfortably in the ring, maybe even trying to find a good vantage point. Stage 3 ring will be enclosing very soon. They are still trying to find some space. Space is necessary because, as you can see, Egypt has the high ground. Algeria as well. And Morocco has to fight from underneath. 2 players sticking together. It's a 2-2 split there for Morocco, trying to play for the high ground, trying to catch Algeria in transition, but it will be Lazy Boy to take the brunt of the bullets. And again, these 2 teams are actually fighting tooth and nail for the high ground, and neither of them has taken anybody out yet, but you gotta ask the question, how long will Egypt be able to stay up there? They need to go down. They need to get some of their healing back, and they are not able to do so just yet.
Yeah, they're being stopped by none other than Algeria, who will be to take those elimination points when they go down and pass by their crosshair. Morocco, on the end, they seem to be okay. They are in the clear. And for the second rights, if they see Egypt being eliminated, well, Morocco can just pull away.
Well, I'll love to see what happens, because for now, things are rather slow in the current situation. You can see that Egypt Lokomorodi is out. Team in 5th place, needing to find something. South Africa has found the package. Djibouti no so, but will they be able to escape? You can see the Soma's trying to make the run for the hill, but will the run be enough? That has to be the question, because for now, they're trying to make the move, and Soma will go back to the embrace of Isco, playing on the edge of the ring. Griff and Potato. Well, the package definitely has revealed their position, but the power of the package, having something like an M249 or an M24, that can be a game changer long ranges.
Yeah, the long range will definitely be a thing. But sometimes when it comes to long range, it really depends with this kind of rough terrain. Yes, you can get a knock, but it's hard to secure that elimination point because how rough the terrain is. It's like, okay, knock just needs to crawl back and go down maybe like 1 level lower, and they're pretty clear to be picked up. So that's why with this kind of terrain, yes, it's great to master long range, but you also need to master the elimination from there.
Yeah, exactly. It's about trying to find something like that go kill and making sure that you can finalize that kill, trying to gatekeep people. South Africa has been pretty successful at that. 9 teams with 30 members split upon them. Some of these teams definitely has taken damage to their numbers, and you can see there, ladies and gentlemen, in the ring, it still favors Algeria and Egypt to a smaller extent. Egypt has been pushed majorly out of their high ground. Now, one of the teams that we actually have to look forward to will have to be the Namibia team. They might be able to cause them damage. They have the angle, locking down teams like South Africa and Morocco, them from behind them. Morocco trying to make something out of this one. They'll get one of the knocks, but they need to finalize the kill. Now they're moving their attention to South Africa. Damage is good from Lazy Boy, but Sully will take one of them down with a nade.
Oh, that could be an opening for them, but because of the spread from Morocco, I don't think they'll be able to rush in that easy. Plus, they don't have information on the other side. I really see the smoke is definitely not helping them. I guess they'll be happy if they can get this one position point, and that's it. The rest of Morocco, they are going in for the save though. Okay, they have to challenge back onto South Africa.
Yeah, they're not looking to let Senkai go. Holding for the lives of their teammates, making sure that the nades do not reach, making sure that nobody can take down Senkai, but one final nade from Sully will put the taint of death onto the life of the Moroccans, who now have to make a very tough decision. Do we commit to the fight that we are down in manpower to, or do we change position and let people take the fights for us? It looks like that they will elect to play passive, but you can see that Senegal actually wants that fight with Nigeria. They have the loot, they have the power, but do they have the coordination? Samurai is speeding in for the early push. Yushi Boy is holding Skim, and you can see the vehicle is making a move. Will they be able to make something out of it? Skinny trying to finalize that kill. Damage back and forth, but Skinny will go down. And Marshmallow will take Yuji Boy down. Looks like Morocco still farming these kills even from all the way back. That church is immensely powerful there. And Doctor trying to find an angle, trying to maybe isolate that player. Smoke will be able to benefit that shotgun, and that means that Senegal have confirmed another squad elimination.
Oh, that is going to be 5 elimination points from now. Despite playing as a trio, but they're still able to do it, showing their level of consistency. But is it too late for Senegal? That was the question. Nigeria is still in this. Well, they can continue to collect points, but Samurai have been knocked down themselves. Okay. Looks like a long-range knock here by Lazy Boy, putting pressure.
Exactly, the rest of the team, as you can see, on the outskirts of the blue, and they will all have to come to Morocco. But I feel like the teams in the north, at least, are not that much worse for wear. Egypt might decide to take that fight, but considering the position Algeria is in, none of these fights are safe. Morocco is well on the high ground, but South Africa are keeping them in Egypt. They're trying to make the fight towards Mauritius. They know if they get these limbs, they're almost a lock for the main event, and they're trying to do so. And you can see the rest of them are scouting. They want to make sure that Algeria will not third party. But it's a tall ask, it's a tall order, because between everything, Egypt are not having an easy time. And speaking of easy times, there's nothing easier than what Morocco's doing, locking themselves in the compound and just farming limbs. Sure, it's only 2, but they've taken so much damage. They converted a lot of mech kits and a lot of utility out of the other teams out in the open.
Yeah, Lazy Boy is still keeping an eye onto them. So both teams now, of course, it's worse for Mauritius as they're currently on the outside. So they have company on the other side, so they cannot exit through somewhere that will expose them too much. But speaking about exposure, Samurai exposed himself a little bit overpeaked, and South Africa took advantage of it.
Yeah, an important one for South Africa, but will they be able to finalize? Will they get the other 2 players holding them, or will Morocco be able to find an advantage in transit? Looks like Lazy Boy is actually making a move to try to fight for the hill. You can see Marshmallow on one end, Lazy Boy on the other. But Reaverback might have the angle. Griff and Sully are fighting, and you can see it's getting heated here for that angle. South Africa is gatekeeping the zone, and you can see Lazy Boy is trying to make a move for the ring, trying to find an opening for their team. They know that the Reaper back is there, but the problem is, just as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the blue is coming in, and Morocco has to be very careful about what they decide to fight. They can see Reaper back, but can they take the shot? Can they take the kill? Can they finalize it here, Cloud?
Oh, now that the fact that Lazy Boy is the only one on the outside, he opens up the flank. It does feel like, well, to a certain extent, was having a little bit of a fun, but Griff will be knocked down, and that's the fun that Lazy Boy is looking for. Managed to secure his first elimination in this round. 3 now for Morocco. And he's not done yet, though, despite the pressure from the blue, but they want to finish up the job.
Yeah, but one knockdown from Egypt as well. A lot of these teams are sustaining injuries. A lot of these teams are down to members. Speaking of which, Morocco as well will be knocked down a man. And it looks like Marshmallow could be next on the shopping block. Has to go back to the 8-kit. Sully will be traded, as Morocco are not letting up. They're continuing the aggression. They want to take over the hill. They're taking that fight over South Africa. Which one of these two will it be? Morocco very close, pushing South Africa off to the side of the blue, trying to make them pressured. And you can see that neither of them are in the best of spots to take that fight. Look at the ring. Paradox is down. Muhammad is down. Need to go back to Egypt. And now with it tightening so much, just feels like it's not a good ring for everyone. Morocco has to make the move. It's only Algeria that can make the most out of it. It's all going to be coming down to the rotation. Which of these teams will be able to rotate first? You can see that Algeria already has a step in the right place. Speaking of which, you can see Djibouti, you can see Namibia, you can see these teams trying to topple down the top 3 who are all still alive, but only Algeria have the entirety of their team in order.
Oh, Algeria is still in this, and they have a compound. They're pretty much in the circle. That means that it's still good opportunity for them to collect points to overturn. This will be a big one here for Algeria, unless if Egypt challenge them. But I don't know if Egypt will want to crash into their compound. We'll need to wait and see. But if Egypt, then, wow, they're up for a challenge. And if they can beat Egypt, they should have the points to overtake Ghana.
Yeah, speaking of which, Djibouti, still making things difficult. Djibouti's in a great position. It's taking the good part of the hill, and they have some time to play with. 2 minutes until that ring closes, where they actually might take the fight over to Namibia, who are still trying to take it there. But you can see Morocco still holding on for dear life. You can see Carry Boy playing with that high ground for as long as possible. Speaking of which, it looks like Algeria are finalizing Egypt. 2 players down. It's only down to the 3rd. And well, they are finally getting their eliminations. Egypt is only down to 1 player, and that 1 player will be taken out of commission. Egypt looks like that they will be out of it. Goat will take down Eskil, so it will be Morocco, Ghana, and Algeria to try to make something out of it. Actually, Morocco, Egypt. So Morocco, Algeria, and Senegal to make something out of it. And Morocco are taking some of their members down. The underdogs are trying to rise up. Mauritius might actually score a win here.
Ooh, okay, that'll be interesting if they can do that. But so far, they have control, yes, despite them on the lower ground, but they have control of the inner part of the circle, meaning that if the circle does shift, they still have a little bit more advantage. But look who's coming, it's going to be Algeria, because Algeria kind of knows that now they only have 1 elimination point. It's not good enough, they need to get more. Oh, they got 3 already, okay? They want to pull away from Ghana, so going in to collect those elimination points.
Exactly. I know how important it is to secure it here because of how hectic Sandhawk can be. You need to try to make the most of what you already have. You already have a 4-man team with 5 other teams. Most of them look like that they are not in their full capability. And you can see that that is making all the other teams strangle. Fighting for dear life. Algeria, though, calm and collected. Can't spot the car. But will they be able to deal with the Hades? They can solve the Algerian player, and you can see Chemo is there as well. Marshmallow is being pressured, and Marshmallow will actually take Chemo down with a nade. Marshmallow has bought themselves some time. Will they be able to bring the Algerians down to 3? That's going to be the big question, because there is Hellfire raining from the opposite side with a sniper. And Raouf, we're speaking about the experience, and what a great position that Raouf is holding right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's the man with the experience. He knows what he's doing. He's leading the team now up to the top 3 spot. Senegal have putting pressure on the Solitude. And Solitude, he does have a vehicle. His vehicle's smoked up. It's not going to be possible for him to use it. He's being pressured by the long range shot from Yuji Boy now. You not letting him go at all, despite them all on the outside of the circle now. 15 more seconds before the circle closes. So Senegal needs to move, but left and right, full of other teams.
Yeah, 'cause there are still a lot of teams for an open stage 7 circle. Nobody wants to be the first team to pull the trigger, despite Algeria having attempts to do so, and now Morocco are going for the gambit. You can see that Marshmallow's taking the vehicle, but Marshmallow's life will be taken out. And this will be it. Senegal managed to steal a win. Carry Boy trying to fake out an advantage, trying to find a shot, but no, Morocco is out, ladies and gentlemen. 5 teams remaining. And the only team that might actually secure themselves a playoff spot here has to be Algeria. Djibouti trying to fight Algeria off. You can see that they're not in the best of spots, but they are still well and alive. Djibouti, Namibia, Algeria, or trying to make something out of this. Moretus not in a good position. The car is on fire, and that's Hades out. That's Moretus out. And now Algeria, they have to go back to the ground. They've taken that space, but you can see the rest of the teams are still in contention for the high ground.
Oh, with 5 elimination points now in the hands of Algeria, they are sure to overtake Ghana now. Now it's a matter of how far more they can go. Ralph now gets a knockdown. Doctor is a low 50% of health. Ralph tries to find another angle to secure that final elimination. Nate will be cooked up. Nate will be tossed out to the Doctor, but the Doctor will go down. Will it be Diaz? It's going to be Moment taking it.
Yeah, on the other end, you can see the other teams are actually fighting within each other. Djibouti and Namibia that are getting each other, even emptying the field more and more for Algeria. 1 player left from Namibia to try to save out Djibouti, but you can see Algeria, they have control. They're taking the cars and they are taking themselves to the fight. It's only a matter of the team of Djibouti getting elim points. They are up to 7 in the top 2, but it doesn't matter. You can see Raouf. They will up their tally and they will get their win. An impressive game from Algeria, but Djibouti with a 2nd place. They might have just locked out a lot of the other teams from making a top 3 appearance.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's Djibouti's best performance so far that we've seen. The credit has to be given to Algeria. They're not going down without a fight. And with Federer, definitely they'll get that number 3 spot. But it's a matter of how hard, because the last game, I think it will still be close enough for them to be caught up by Ghana. But then again, we gotta still give credit to Algeria. They still should get that chicken dinner and open up the gap between them and Ghana.
Well, they need to continue pushing though. 1 final map, and they got lucky because Djibouti got the better of Ghana right there, just as you can see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. They managed to take the better out of the 3rd place team, and now Algeria with that win are certainly closing in on that triple digit. They might even already be there. And well, this might be all but a lock for the triplet of North Africa. The Mediterranean teams are proving to be too much to handle, but we still have 1 final map here, Cloud. Do you feel that final Sandhawk might actually bring change to the tables, or is it already these 3 teams locked in?
Well, looking at how Algeria has been playing, especially when it comes to the regions that they're on point, they know how to avoid early fights, they know how to get into the circle as well. I think if they can continue to be like that, well, the 3rd spot for Diaz. And for Ghana, well, only way for Ghana to overtake them is that for Algeria to be taken out. And then Ghana has to do well in that round for a chance. So right now, the pressure is down to Ghana.
Yeah, I mean, one of the teams that I'm actually interested to see, because I don't think we've seen them that much on the broadcast, is Egypt. How much was their elimination score? Because at least for a team like Morocco, you can see they've gotten 5 elims. They were in 6th place. So they gotten a fair bit of points. And Algeria, they managed to rally it up. They managed to bring their entire score to, I assume, 7 or 8 at the end of the day. But you can see there, Djibouti, just stealing all these remaining points, putting themselves in second place. And that might be a problem for everyone else. Djibouti getting that much back into the map might have actually locked some of the teams out. Now I'm scared for the teams like South Africa. I think South Africa might not have a chance back into this one.
Well, it looks like the last game still matters to these some teams, especially to qualify grand finals. But we'll need to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our final game that play inside the smallest map. That's going to be Sandhawk. Make sure, don't go anywhere. You don't miss out on this. We'll see you after this break.
Weighing heavy on my heart. It's hard to find the reasons here for everything gone wrong. I just wanna know why some of us are guarded. I just wanna know why some of us are haunted. 'Cause in the skies, all we ever wanted. All of us got distracted by the trees inside the forest. 'Cause I was never ready for this. What do you tell my heart is? You know me falling for this. What do you tell my heart is? You know me falling for this.
I know I just met you, but it only took a moment. Now I'm always thinking about you, thinking about you. It's hard to forget you, swimming in the ocean. Now the moon is spinning around you, spinning around you. Oh, my heart's no longer silent, my feels are far from quiet. You might be my new horizon. Your vibe changed up the climate, mysterious excitement. You might be my new horizon. So Peruvian the way she danced in front of me. Fell in love, now I don't know what's become of me. Infatuated by your touch when you comfort me, and the truth to my heart when you comfort me. Got adrenaline, feeling like I'm running free. When you're not around, the loneliness is numbing me. Every time I see you ring, it's like you punish me. But you know I'll be there every time you summon me. My heart's no longer silent, yeah. My feels are far from quiet. You know it. You might be my new horizon. Your vibe changed up the climate, mysterious excitement. You might be my new horizon.
Take me back to when you got me, baby. Have you ever played games? Ooh, take me back to when you got me, baby. Have you ever played games? Ooh. the feeling behind my eyes. You stood out 'cause you were in red. Then, against my intentions, I let you turn me violet instead. Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind, as long as it's with you. As long as it's with you. At the festival that we met at, where you were just a face in a crowd. And now I can't imagine me with anybody else. As we close out the night underneath the lilac sky. Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind, as long as it's with you. 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 Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least it's still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind, as long as it's with you. New Year's Eve, 300 miles, counting down. Next year will be close. I will wait, as long as it's for you.
Well, we're back, Cloud, one last time, and one final information about the scoreboard. And well, what a Miramar has it been. Like the seeing Algeria struggle so much in day one, despite having all the correct calls, all the right answers, to now finally they actually might be getting in close. The lead is sizable, but they are not out of arm's reach. The teams out of arm's reach certainly are Egypt and Morocco, 125, 134, even on the best of days. None of these teams can catch up to them. So it's only Algeria, Ghana, even Senegal and Mauritius, and even South Africa if you count them. Like whichever one of these teams have a very good game, they might make it back. I'm not thinking that Mauritius and South Africa have that big of an input in it. Because if you look at teams winning, like the biggest score line on a win in the entire event has been 29. Let's say that like South Africa got 29. It's still not enough to dethrone Algeria.
Yeah, if you get pretty much on the average, right? If you get a chicken dinner, it's about maybe 20 points or so.
Yeah.
So if you kind of do the math, the only team that can really challenge Algeria right now is going to be Ghana. So if we were to keep our eye on to Ghana, and if Ghana goes out earlier than Algeria, we can pretty much say that the top three is secured.
Yeah, the top three is all but secured. The writing is on the wall for everyone, but Ghana definitely knowing that their fate is right there within their hands. Will they be able to make the most out of it? That's the big question, because as you can see, with only 2 points in the last Miramar, if they've gotten any better score, this might have been much more competitive. But look at Djibouti, second to bottom. And they're the reason that Algeria have a sigh of relief, have some sort of cushion to continue playing in this map.
Yeah, Djibouti broke a lot of hearts in this round. I mean, it was their best performing, their best in own performance tournament. The only one that they got a second place finish, the highest points as we can see here, the only round with a double digit. But I guess it's just more of like these kind of teams who have nothing to lose. They have that mindset of like, okay, we got nothing to lose. We just go around, have fun. If we want, we take the fights, and it seems to be the case for Djibouti. And because of that, teams that fighting for their lives still, for example, like Ghana, for example, and even previously like Senegal, that kind of disrupts the other team. And that allows the Algeria, who is very good at rotations, very good at taking strategic points, to be on top of the other teams. And that's why we see a 15-point gap now. And even if we go for a tiebreaker, I believe that Algeria still has more chicken dinners. So if Ghana were to overtake Algeria, need 16 points, assuming that Algeria doesn't get a single point this round.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very big ask. Like you're saying, oh, Algeria go out as a zero. The only time that Algeria went out empty-handed was in the second Erangel of day one. And I'm assuming that will never be the case again, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go in 5 seconds cloud that will separate us from the very last map here. Algeria with all to play for, Ghana trying to be the burglar in broad daylight. And it's all gonna come down here in the green forest of Sanok. We will have our go. And the paradise might be Algeria, and Paradise Resort might be one of the places that people might go for early on, as we're seeing people actually go for Camp Alpha Island here, which is pretty unorthodox.
At Camp Alpha Island, one team, I think that's okay. We have
Two
seen it
teams, I
before
assume,
that.
right?
Well, probably around the L house, and that's about it. But looking at the current drop, no one is going there except for the one team, and that's kind of okay as well. They have the entire island for themselves. I'll wait to see where exactly will Algeria drop number one, and of course Ghana as well. So far we can see Algeria dropping towards the Ruins Island. Doesn't seem to have as much space would have wanted, because there are a good number of teams around them.
Exactly. What will they be able to do with that in mind? Of course, like teams like Morocco and Egypt, they don't even care about what happens anymore. And now this might be a spot where, like, if I'm Egypt, if I'm Morocco, what do I even play for? It feels like they just play for the win, just to make matters worse for everyone else. But the ring is very northern. That means all the teams that went down south have to have a very long rotation. One of these teams being Algeria. Look at them all the way down south.
Yeah, again, we see a huge spread on the right coast, on the east coast. I'm not sure what's on their mind. Maybe they really want to go for placements. That's why they really spread it out. See Bloodshot's in the middle. You got Red Zone, Mong Knight, and then you have Itachi in docks. And you have one more, I believe, on the outside of Painan. So I'm not sure what strategy are they thinking, but well, I guess it's the final round. So whatever they feel like doing, fun.
Exactly. And, well, what will they be able to do? I feel like that's the real question. What will everyone else be able to do to stop Algeria and enable Ghana? Because Ghana needs the stars to align to their end. At least one of the good things that they might have told themselves is, like, we've got a good central spot, but look at where Ghana are. Ghana are surrounded by teams around every corner. Egypt is close by. And even from the bottom, you have something like Djibouti, you have something like Namibia still on the southern island. So Senegal might actually be one of these teams that bring trouble to them. But one of the weird things is like the way that Namibia plays, they're super spread out. Look at Red Zone all alone on the map there on the northern end.
Yeah, that's where I'm not too sure what the strategy is, but again, it's the last game, so I guess it's just more of them having fun. But if you talk about Algeria, okay, so Algeria's objective is not to go out before Ghana. That is the main objective. That's why we can see them dropping really at the corner around the areas of Sahmi. Very safe spot for them. They can come in a little bit later into the zone. That's absolutely okay. And well, of course, to see the entire view, but if they can somehow go through Camp Charlie to the circle, there will be a minimal contest there that they enter the circle pretty easy.
I would agree. But that will need them to actually make some scouting before moving. And you can see Algeria knows that all they need to do is just play safe. Let Ghana make the mistakes. And that is what they are gunning for right now. You can see Djibouti closing in onto that boot camp position, the position that everybody is in. I love the way that Egypt are playing this, leaving Desha right there, out there on the crossroads, scouting a ton of information for the vehicles, making sure that Egypt will not be contested for the time being, because you know that eventually these teams will want to go to boot camp. It's one of the best secured positions in the map. And getting early access to boot camp is going to be a very strong point. And Egypt are like, we don't need to do that. We already are qualified. We can just take our time. We don't need to play a stressful game. And they're just going to abandon boot camp after looting everything important from there.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see who will take the challenge, who will try to take out either Ghana or Algeria as well. I think that's something that we can keep an eye on. Of course, Algeria, because they're tucked at like no teams were to be able to challenge it at this point. And nobody's going to go out of circle just to Algeria. And not like they know exactly where they are, but even if they do, I mean, logically, we don't want to do that. But for Ghana, on the other hand, this is where the big question is, who will want to challenge Ghana? Because right now, they are somewhat within the circle.
Yeah, that's the big question, because you can see right here, maybe are not that far off of Ivory Coast, and they're not that far off out of Ghana either. Bullets are coming in, and that's the first knockdown of the day. Pretty big shot. And will they be able to make something out of it? Because you can see Egypt are looking for the high ground. Djibouti not that far off, and they might be running off the high of being in second place. But getting rid of Egypt in that spot is going to be pretty hard unless Egypt absolutely fumbles the ball, and that doesn't look to be the case. Egypt knows that, yes, this doesn't theoretically matter to us, but it does matter to the way that they are committed to playing great PUBG. They're going to use this to refine their rotations, to refine their scouting, to refine the way that they play these engagements. Same thing for Morocco. So as you can see right there, I feel like the teams that will actually need to take a lot of engagement will be the teams like South Africa, like Ivory Coast, if they want to make something. But the problem is, look at Egypt. They're surrounded by everyone in the map right now.
Wow, you got like what, 4 teams in the same area? That's gonna be interesting. But speaking about refinement, right? So teams like Morocco, Egypt confirmed moving on to the next round. I guess this will be their opportunity now that they have already secured onto the next round. Except for number 1, number 2 bragging rights.
Oh no.
It's more of them taking this as like a serious scrim in preparation for the finals in Romania later on.
Yeah, Ghana needs these skills. Ghana needs this downs. But they will not get it. Walter's down. At least Femi will get something, but the rest of the team is going down. Djibouti are now hunted down by Egypt, continuing their stellar performance, confirming the 2 downs that they've gotten. But I'm still looking over to the other end, because Egypt might have a clean sweep on this, and they actually will. None of these players will be of any threat to Egypt. But Ghana, though, they need to stray away Ivory Coast, because as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, on the bottom end, this is a very important duel. Ghana has taken 2. Ghana has taken knocks. Will they be able to finalize this one? Because Mauritius are still fighting Egypt. They got him out of the knocks. But Vortex is out of the round. Knocked down, but not out just yet. Again, making sure to loot. And now you can see the rest of Egypt coming in. Started off pretty slow, but well, when it started, it went thermonuclear. And speaking of which, Toxin looking to spread their poison towards the rest of the map. Nade in hand, trying to confirm the kill. That might be the case, but Toxin brought down pretty low. Players getting the angle on Mauritius. Almost confirming Toxin, trying to shoot for the tires. but Toxin is not there. He just needs to wait. The 8 kit will turn him back to 100 points of health, and that will be the case. Toxin back in play, trying to confirm that kill, but you can see the Ghana are still in the firing line. You can see teams coming in from the south, and this is not looking good for them.
Egypt eliminated. That means for the brackets, Morocco will remain as number 1. All right.
Egypt's not fully eliminated though. You can see Deisha.
What? Oh, they're not done yet. Oh, okay. They still have other players. All right. I thought that was elimination there. But anyway, this is the chance for redemption to take over points. So they seem to do it now that they managed to win this fight. And Deisha with the DBS, of course, they can't just unstoppable.
At ABS. An impressive weapon. And speaking of oppression, that is going to be manhandling there by Morocco to the rest of the field. But Ghana on 3 eliminations. Not a bad scoreline. But they need to keep their numbers. 3 eliminations is not enough just yet. They might need to get into the double digits and a top 2 placement to dethrone Algeria. Algeria, the team that is actually playing the safest and slowest PUBG out of everyone else. They know that their mission is just to make it to the top 3. They make it to the top 3, and they are all but guaranteed to make it. But well, some of the other teams are out for blood. Morocco and Egypt has been taking fights left, right, and center, and they have lost Toxin. But Egypt has got 8 eliminations in this matchup, and that's putting the hurt. That's one of the teams that need these points to try to contest with Algeria, namely Ghana, are going to be hurt the most. And speaking of being hurt, there we go. Brotherhood coming in from the 2 teams. The Mali, where have we seen this before? We've seen this last time. Egypt with a perfect deja vu, and Ghana are bleeding members. An unfortunate catastrophe strikes upon the Western African team.
Ghana not out just yet. They still have some hope, but they need to fight up against the top 2 team, Egypt. Oh man, this is going to be a tall order for them. Let's see if they can win this fight. It's going to be a close quarters combat. The nade will be cooked up by Egypt. Nade will be tossed soon. Yes, it will be, but will it land? Not just yet. 2 from Ghana. Going to be bailing this.
Well, that's the good thing about Egypt positioning is that the other team does not have the Molotovs to take them off. Again, will be able to take the high ground and will be able to continue the fight. But now the vehicles are coming in and Ghana are looking for a retreat. But Egypt, looks like that they are not giving up on the down players just yet. They know that their teammates have to come to feed me. Otherwise, they can see Senegal just like hounds with their vehicles. The hunting dogs are here to play Samurai Doctor. And they are coming in. Samurai will take feed me and well. That's the elimination out and about. And that's Ghana down a member. Egypt down a member. And well, Egypt are still not shying away from the fights, but I want to see the rest of Ghana. What is the fate of that team now?
I think they have 2 players left and they managed to get away. Now with 2 players, okay, because it's not only about Ghana getting the chicken, they still need to get elimination points as well. But if you only have 2 players to collect elimination, it's going to be quite hard.
Exactly. What kind of position are they in? What kind of position are Algeria in? At least you can see Senegal. You know, similar colors, but definitely not the same position. They are behind them points, and I do not assume that they will be able to make it back. Whoever needs to make something miraculous out of this one, looks like Algeria. They're moving in, and they are running through, and they might collide with Senegal. You can see that South Africa are preparing a great ambush. Makimu, Mu'min, Rauf, and Arn. 4 members of Algeria. Foot's not off the pedals just yet. They know that these areas are dangerous. They're going to try to scout the main upper floors, the vantage points before anything happens. But Sully might be able to bask. Sully's just waiting for the perfect shot. That's calling the shots for the teammates. But Rauf now walking in. Will Griff be able to respond, or will Algeria be too much? They're biding their time. Trigger discipline is good. And they are actually hiding, respecting the presence of Algeria, not taking the time to go for the bullet. Will Algeria stop them? It doesn't look like Algeria will spot the South African team, and they left to fight another day.
Oh, so they're safe for now. Okay. But anyway, you got a view. You got a view now. Now that we get to see them, and they have an opportunity to take this fight. But South Africa not pulling the trigger yet. Okay, Ralph going away. He's doing some scouting. It seems that Ralph and Cole, they don't know that South Africa is around the corner. Could be caught off guard.
Yeah, they haven't noticed them just yet. Now, this is the time to take Raouf. Two players are pretty close by. They're waiting for the player, and Raouf hasn't spotted anybody yet. Now Raouf is low on HP. They need to find a tracking, but no, Raouf will get out alive. And speaking of being alive, Doctor, between life and death, the Defibrillator will be required because he can hear everything. And Senkai just walking in for the clear. The DBS will get one. They need to find more, but no. It will be Carry Boy to find that one, and Doctor is out. That is Senegal out of the equation. 7 teams left. The top 3 are all still in play. Of course, the different goals, Morocco and Egypt are just establishing their dominance. Algeria trying to guarantee their qualification. And Ghana trying to find a fight. But now the top 2 teams are getting a fight. Mo'min is going to go out to the South African team. They finally strike, but Egypt and Morocco are fighting on the opposite end. This might be the time that the 2 players from Ghana might be able to bask. See, they are pretty close to all the fighting, but will they be able to get elimination points? That's the big question.
Oh, Algeria now. I believe they lost 1 player. So it's not the situation that they want to be in. Oh, they managed to reset, so okay. But they need to get away from South Africa. Because now their objective is just to survive. But Ralph knocked down. Oh no, not the main man. Now the main man is down. He needs to be picked up. South Africa not letting go of Algeria still.
South Africa tooth and nail on that fight, but the problem is when you buy more than you could shoot, the Moroccans will come for you, and that's a crazy shot from Crazy Boy. And now the plot thickens. Algeria given a second lease at life after the save from their neighbors. Will it be enough though? That's the big question, because top 7 teams, the 2 teams in question are still in play, but no. Red zone. That's going to be an important kill now. Ghana under fire. Only 1 player left standing from the Ghanaian team. You can see one of the players is knocked down, trying to play for safety. You can see a lot of these teams are close by. Which of them will be able to get the final say in the map? Because you can see Red Zone got the knockdown, but they will not be getting the elim. Algeria doing great. Algeria now with 2 elimination points, trying to add more to it. If they are able to up their tally, this should be all but over for Ghana, who only has 1 player up on their feet.
Nice cover fire there from Ralph, saved his team. And now Morocco once again another knockdown, and they will from afar. And there was a elimination point. But for Algeria, somehow after all that, there's a full squad. I mean, the survivability in this round is just insane. It's level.
Yeah, but speaking of which, they're still taking a fight, and Egypt are not an easy opponent to go through, but they get the kill on Sully. And every elimination Algeria gets is 1 step further from Ghana, a team that is unable to try to find the elimination points necessary. Well, speaking about them getting a win with high elims, surely one of these 2 is to be met. At least they're trying to get the placement, but the eliminations are yet to come. You can see that the top 3 teams, they might collide. Egypt still have the compound by the crossroads. At least 2 of these buildings are in the zone, but there's a very big open area that Morocco are walking through with the vehicles. And you can see that Algeria are still trying to be alive. They're making their move. They might walk into Nigeria, one of the quieter teams, but will they be able to silence Algeria in that spot? Not yet. Kimo will be able to stay alive, but no, Kimo will be shot through by Goat.
Algeria still surviving, but this time around, they definitely lose 1 player. But wait, hang on that thought. Kimo, the team to the rescue, and they behind the building. That means Gold can't land the shots.
But Lazy Boy is going to get 1 moment as well as out. Looks like Morocco, they will wipe the floor with the Algerians. 5 teams left. And Ghana are still in play. Nigeria are still in play. Everybody knows where Morocco is. But can you deal with the Lions? Because surely, if the Algerians cannot, if the Egyptians cannot, this has to be a very tall order for everyone else. Morocco looking to be on the precipice of another victory. Right now, one of the few teams with a full squad and a good bit of control. They have the high ground. They can move through the compound with the vehicles. They are looking at the likes of Namibia, of Nigeria, maybe making something out of it. You can see that they are hunting for Egypt as well. The top two teams might collide in our final 5 of our final game. It's the final countdown, and Nasser, will they have the shots back and forth? Who will win the trade? That will be the Egyptians.
Ooh, nice long reach. They already got 10 elimination points now. They're on the roll round, despite playing the round with 3 players. And now looking at the circle, it could pull out of a boot camp out in the open. And if it pulls out of boot camp, we got 3 players there from 2 different teams that need to move. Now the circle shift, I believe it'll be on the outside of boot camp.
Yeah, but will they be able to lock it down? That's a big question. They're still holding the door to boot camp that Egypt abandoned early on. Now it might come back to be the important point of the map. You can see that Goat is definitely called by Snuffy. Will the nade be enough? Trying to chop it through the window, and Goat will be eating that one to the face. Goat is out. But it's actually Algeria that take that one. That means that Algeria might be on enough eliminations. You look at the scores, the top 3 are hogging most of the elimination points. But now Morocco are in a tough position. Egypt are starting to rout them out. Algeria holding these 2 teams hostage. They have a good spot. Algeria might be able to make something happen here. And the unlikely force of Nigeria still in the game. Lazy Boy trying to find shots. They will find one of the knocks onto Egypt. That's going to be 2 onto Nasser as well. Things are not looking good for the Egyptians. It's only again left up against 3 members. Will it be enough? Nate coming in, hiding behind the tree line. Again, trying to run for safety. A final safe haven just before that nade chops at their health. 3 seconds left to find the heal again. The ring will be an enemy. It's going to be the last stick of health. And again, managed to stay alive. DPS, but it doesn't matter. Because the only D they will take is the damage straight from the nade. 3 teams left. Morocco, Algeria, and Nigeria. And with that, I think that is all out of hope for Ghana. So we might as well, Cloud, you and I, just enjoy the grand finale of this tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely sure right now, locked in that Algeria will move on to finals. That will be happening inside Romania. But now it's just a matter of who will get the chicken dinner. Just for poster rights, just for bragging rights. So let's go. Now, Morocco, who eliminated Egypt, looking good to secure the #1 spot as well. But I want to see if Algeria could top it off, like cherry on just to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, if Algeria can get the chicken dinner, that would be just a confirmation that they definitely deserve that 3rd spot. Will they be able to do so? That will be the main question. Still excited to see what happens. Nigeria will have to walk out, and so does the Algerians. Morocco is the team that has the control of the compound that is within the restrictions of the ring. Is starting to tide, and is starting to be a bit of a problem. Raouf low in HP, and Raouf will forfeit their life. Chemo, last standing, trying to make a move prone, but that's it. They're out. It's a 1-on-1. Nigeria and Morocco. They're looking for a cloud, but Nigeria has been quiet throughout the 2 days. Nigeria surely has been one of the underperformers. And Morocco just stamping their authority on this matchup. One final chicken dinner. Will the Lions of the Atlas be able to capture their spoils?
Well, so far, looking for Morocco, they do have the firepower. And if they get the chicken dinner, well, there's no dispute that they'll definitely be the champions of the qualifiers of Africa. Right now, they're starting to move in. Marshmallow goes out, and Marshmallow, because he's all alone, now under fire. But Lazy Boy's joining him, and they managed to get the knockdown. Only 1 more to go, and this is it. Chicken dinner goes to Morocco, and Morocco will be our champions for the African qualifiers.
Well, you know, as they say, Alf Mabruk for everybody that actually made it. The top 3 teams that we should be getting the confirmation for is definitely Egypt, Morocco, and then the 3rd team should be Algeria with that scoreline. So North Africa will get the lion's share and then some from the qualification. Congratulations to the 3 teams that made it. And of course, it's not without some valiant attempts from everyone else in the circuit, but sometimes that is just not enough. That's not all of it takes. And as you can see in the replays, it was just great play from all of these teams. With the 2 members lost from Ghana, that was it. That was their ticket to the underworld. They couldn't make it. They couldn't hold on any longer. And eventually it just fell to the wayside to the teams that had their full 4 members.
Well, it has been a great 2 days. Amazing drama as well, especially with Algeria. They started off the campaign pretty well, but they had a slump, especially on second half of day 1 and day 2. Wow, what a redemption day it is, Algeria. I mean, it's an amazing moment. Shout out to Rauf. We actually met when he was in Malaysia the last time. So great to see him back in action, and his comeback moment in the final game. It's amazing to see. What a great comeback for Algeria.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that they managed to go from a day 1 that was rather underwhelming to making sure that they qualify. And to be honest, like, I would have been slightly disappointed if they didn't qualify, just looking at the quality of that roster. Outside of Morocco and Egypt, they're definitely the 3rd team. They're up there. Like, I would say Morocco is the clear-cut favorites. I've said that from day 1. And, well, they proved me right, you know? Put the house, and they backed it up. And now, Algeria will be the 3rd team to qualify with that Sandhawk. So we might be getting a final look at the scoreboard. And as you can see, Algeria made it to the triple-digit team. But, oh my, look at Morocco and Egypt just flying colors ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, look at the gap there. I mean, it will be exciting to see like these teams at high power, high scores. How will they perform later when they meet the best of the best of the world? It will be interesting to see later on what happens in with this kind of quality of teams. I mean, they are players with a lot of experience at the global stage as well. So I think they'll be definitely prepared for that sort of challenge.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they must be prepared because these 3 teams are our qualified teams through Romania, the 15th iteration for the IESF World Cup for PUBG Mobile. So, well, that's it for us. I would like to give a final thanks to Cloud to being alongside me. It has been a pleasure. I loved casting PUBG Mobile for my hometown, for Africa. And, well, the boys did me proud. I'm happy that Egypt made it, but I'm also happy for everybody else. They all showed exceptional performances. And, well, 1 final performance is left. So, Joshua, take us over. Get us over to the epilogue. See you soon, guys.
Guys, welcome back after our 2 final games of PUBG Mobile from the World Esports Championship Africa Regional Qualifier. We are back, and before we announce the top 3 teams that are continuing into the main stage, let's just take a look at the 5th and the 6th game. In the 5th game, we saw Algeria taking the 1st spot. The 2nd was Djibouti, and the 3rd was Senegal. And in our final game, it was Morocco on the 1st spot, Egypt on the 2nd, and Algeria on the 3rd. That means we have our final 3 teams continuing to the main stage, and congratulations to them. They are on the 1st spot, Morocco, 2nd Egypt, and the 3rd Algeria. You can also see the score lines here on our graphics. And yeah, that's it for the PUBG Mobile tournament. I think it was a lot of fun watching these 2 days of this amazing game. Thank you also to our casters who guide us through these games. And don't forget that we are not finishing just yet, because already tomorrow we will have CSGO, but not the male, but the female players competing to get to the final stage of the World Esports Championship 2023. And I also think that's going to be really exciting to watch from our side. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you guys for watching, and see you tomorrow at CSGO Female.
looking for an empty space. I'm falling out of place. I'm falling with you, falling with you. I'm falling with you, I'm falling with you. Falling with you. Falling out of place, looking for an empty space. I'm falling out of place. I'm falling with you, falling with you. I'm falling with you, I'm falling with you. I'm falling with you.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior.